Magandang hapon po. Nagpapatuloy ngayong araw ang confirmation of charges hearing ng International Criminal Court Pre-Trial Chamber 1 sa kinaharap na crimes against humanity ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte kaugnay na madugong war on drugs ng kanyang administrasyon.
Buong puwersa pa rin ihahatid ng GMA Integrated News ang latest kaugnay ng pagdinig mula sa The Hague, Netherlands.
Ako po si Ivan Mayrina.
Ako naman po si Mav Gonzalez. Ito po ang Duterte sa ICC, a GMA Integrated News special coverage.
Ikalawang araw na nga po ng confirmation of charges hearing sa ICC at inaasahan magpapatuloy mamaya ang paglalatag ng prosekusyon ng kanilang argumento at mga ebidensya.
Nakatakdaring magpresenta ngayong araw ang common legal representatives ng mga biktima. Ang crimes against humanity na kinakaharap ngayon ni dating Pangulong Duterte sa ICC ay nagugat sa libo-libong pagpatay sa kasagsagan ng kampanya kontra droga noong siya ay Pangulo. Batay sa datos na nakalap ng GMA Integrated News Research mula sa PNP, 7,640 ang mga napatay na sospek sa mga police operation kontra droga mula July 1, 2016 hanggang June 30, 2022. Mas mababa sa pagtataya ng human rights groups na aabot sa 30,000. Sa kaso ni Duterte sa ICC, batay sa argumento ng prosekusyon, 78 ang nakatalang biktima ng murder at attempted murder sa 49 na insidente. Ayon sa ICC prosecution, nangyari yan noong Davao City Mayor pa si Duterte hanggang noong siya'y presidente. Gayunman, idiniin din ng prosekusyon na ang bilang na ito ay yung mga insidenteng pinagbasehan ng charges laban sa dating Pangulo at hindi ang kabuuang bilang ng mga biktima ng anti-drug campaign. 5 sa mga biktimang kasama sa listahan ng ICC prosecution ang isinapubliko ang pangalan. Kabilang ang nooy 17 years old na si Kian Lloyd de los Santos na napatay sa drug war operation noong 2017. Si Osame City Mayor Reynaldo Parohinog na napatay sa raid sa kanyang bahay kasama ng kanyang asawa, 2 kapatid at 11 iba pa. Dating Albuera Leyte Mayor Rolando Espinosa at Raul Yap na nooy nakakulong pero hinainan pa rin sila ng search warrant kung saan umano sila nanlaban kaya napatay. Kasama rin sa listahan ang sibilyang umani gumagamit ng droga na si Benjamin Vista.
Samantala, tinawag ni Undersecretary Claire Castro na kalokohan ang sinabi ng Lead Defense Counsel ni dating Pangulong Duterte na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman na sinusubukan anya ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos na in-neutralize umano ang legasiya ni Duterte. Ani Castro, tila nakalimutan ni Kaufman ang timeline na naihain ang mga kaso noong 2017 kung kailan ordinaryong mamamayan pa raw si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Sabi pa ni Castro, walang malinaw na depensa si Kaufman sa mga umano'y extrajudicial killings na sinasabing nangyari noong alkalde si Duterte. Dagdag ni Castro, inamin pa anya ng isa sa mga counsel ng dating Pangulo na si Silvestre Bello III na inamin umano ni Duterte na may inihulog ito mula sa helicopter. Sabi ni Castro, dapat aralin ni Kaufman ang facts of his case kaysa tumutok sa anyay political rhetoric. Muli ang idiniin ni Castro sa panayam sa kanya ng Balitang Hali kanina.
Para makaligtas. Pero ang usapan dito, yung kaso, ang mga krimen di umano naganap ay 2011 hanggang 2019. At that time, hindi pa Pangulo si Pangulong Marcos Jr. At lahat yan, nasaan ang depensa niya dyan? Ang ginagawa lamang niya ay paninira sa administrasyon para lumabas na kaawa-awa ang kanyang kliyente, para lumabas na maganda ang ginagawa ng Vice Presidente. Lahat ng ito ay ang pamumulitika. Yun ang totoong pamumulitika.
At para mas maunawaan po natin ang isinasagawa ngayong confirmation of charges hearing, makakasama natin via Zoom ang dating Dean ng College of Law, University of St. Lasal sa Bacolod City at ngayon Vice Chancellor for Administration, Dean Ralph Sarmiento. Dean, magandang hapon sa inyo.
Magandang hapon. Hapon pa ba?
Kala ko gabi na.
Si Ivan po and si Mav. Dean, simulan natin ang diskusyon. Let's jump off from that point that Undersecretary Claire Castro was responding to. Ito hong naging tono ng opening statement ng depensa. Doon muna tayo sa depensa. Kasi marami yung nakapuna, parang hindi sinasagot yung mga aligasyon laban sa dating Pangulo, but it was more of political rhetoric.
Well, technically po, in my assessment and yung based on mga previous na mga proceedings and decisions of the International Criminal Court, yung political rhetoric po is normally ignored by the criminal court by the judges,
Okay.
although in some way it can give. So in a way, it will make them, parang more careful because they will have to say na parang may political context to. But as much as possible, yung normal na parang ordinary procedure is that the judges will have to parang divide or separate the rhetoric from the evidence. Kasi yung focus lang talaga dito is the evidence.
Okay. Dean, having said that, dako po tayo sa kabuuan ng naging takbo ng confirmation of charges hearing kahapon. Ano ho sa tingin ninyo ang key takeaways from yesterday?
Well, actually too early, no? Because yung napakinggan natin are just the opening statements. Now, pwede nating masabi na based on the opening statements of the prosecution, pwede naman it can support yung standard na substantial ground to believe na the crimes have been committed, structure. So, yung titignan na lang na the prosecution will be able to substantiate that with the evidence necessary to establish all those substantive ground to believe. On the part of the defense, parang medyo actually effective din. So kung if they will be able to continue to punch holes on the evidence presented by the prosecution, on the theory, yung parang core theory of the case of the prosecution, they'll be able to cast some doubt on the evidence of the prosecution. Kasi yung alam mo dito, for purposes of the confirmation hearing, hindi pa naman proof beyond reasonable doubt yung hinahanap dito. It's just substantive grounds to believe, which is a parang middle tier na standard. There's a standard, yung sinasabi natin na reasonable ground to believe, and that yun yung standard na ginagamit for purposes of issuing a warrant of arrest. And then dito, medyo nag-higher na yung level, nasa confirmation hearing na tayo, so now, substantive ground to believe. So dapat, you should be able to establish or to present sufficient evidence to establish substantial ground to believe. So higher level. And then of course, for purposes of conviction during trial, yung proof beyond reasonable doubt talaga.
Dean, we'd like to hear more about that, pero pansamantala po, pupunta muna tayo sa The Hague dahil mukhang malapit na magsimula ang hearing doon.
Kuha tayo ngayon ng report kay Marisol Abdurman. Marisol?
Iban, Mab, maulan kaya lalong malamig dito sa The Hague, pero yun na nga yung mga inaasahan natin na magkikilos protesta ngayong araw, hindi pa sila natin nakikita. Although, meron ng mga mangilan-ngilan na supporters dito si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte para syempre sa pagpapatuloy ng hearingan dito sa confirmation of charges. It's on its second day, sabi nga, no, kanina medyo naantala lang, Iban, Mab, no, ang pagpapapasok doon sa mga papasok para manood ng hearing mismo doon sa public gallery. Maagang nagpunta dito ang mga biktima ng mga sinasabing pamilya, rather ng mga biktima ng extrajudicial killings na si Attorney Nery Colmenares, kahit hindi pa nagpapapasok ay maaga na silang pumila. And then earlier, nagkaroon din tayo ng pagkakataon na makausap itong si Attorney Nick Kaufman at narito ang pahayag niya, gayon din ang isa sa mga pamilya ng mga biktima.
It's certainly not irrelevant because we have alleged, as you heard yesterday in the opening submissions, that President Bongbong Marcos was behind this whole escapade, the funneling of witnesses to the International Criminal Court. I'm not entitled to go into details because there are protective measures on this case.
Yung kapatid ko pinatay, hindi ko akalain na mangyayari ito kasi nung namatay siya, binaril, ang inaasahan ko, mabigyan justice. Nung araw na 6th year anniversary nung kapatid ko, yun ang pagkadampot ni Digong ng ICC. Parang, tapos yun, nagpupunta ako dito para magtingin. Ngayon, gusto ko maano siya kasi maraming nagsasabi hindi siya hindi siya masamang tao, pero nandiyan naman lahat nakalapag lahat ng mga pinagagawa niya. Mga tanga lang ang hindi maniniwala.
Even Mab, yung napakinggan nyo yan, nakaanak ng ilan sa mga biktima na sinasabi nila dito sa AJK, ay ngayon lang actually nakarating, kaya ngayon lang siya dadalos sa second day ng hearing ng confirmation of charges dahil hindi siya nakadalo kahapon. At karamihan nga sa ating mga nakausap na pamilya ng mga biktima ay natutuwa, no? At sa wakas, sabi nila kahit nasa pre-trial pa lamang at hearing pa lang ito ng confirmation of charges, kampante sila na mako-confirm itong si dating Pangulo.
At mga kapuso, magsisimula na po ang Day 2 ng Confirmation of
Please
Charges
be seated.
hearing.
Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to once again welcome everyone here in the courtroom. And Madam Court Officer, if you could please call the case.
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125. And for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would now like to call upon parties and participants to confirm that the people here in the courtroom are the same as the ones present yesterday. Mr. Prosecutor?
Madame la Présidente.
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. There are a few changes in the composition of the OTP team today. I'm here representing the office, as was the case yesterday. Beside me is Julian Nichols, senior trial lawyer. He was here yesterday. I also have Edward Jeremy with me, trial lawyer. Robin Croft, trial lawyer. Ai Do Young, associate trial lawyer. Sylvie Wakam, associate trial lawyer. Loria. And finally, James Miriti, our case manager. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. Legal representatives of victims. Good morning, Madam President. Only one change on our team. We have one change, a defection actually. One of our team members could not be with us actually.
Composition today, and we are once again ably assisted and supported by our Filipino colleagues in the gallery.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, you may now address the court regarding submissions on the merits. It is Mr. Jeremy who will be giving this presentation.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours, dear colleagues, my name is Edward Jeremy, and over the next 45 minutes or so, I will focus on some of the evidence that demonstrates Mr. Duterte's responsibility for the crimes charged in counts 2 and 3. My presentation will comprise two parts. Part 1 will focus on the crimes charged in count 2, and as you know, this count relates to the murders of 14 so-called high-value targets. And part 2 will focus on examples of crimes charged in count 3, and this count relates to murders and attempted murders of 45 victims in the course of barangay or neighbourhood clearance operations. First, Your Honours, a brief introduction. As Mr. Nichols made clear yesterday, Mr. Duterte campaigned for the presidency that, on the basis that, if elected, he would implement his Deval model of killing on a national scale. And once sworn in as President of the Philippines on the 30th of June 2016, this is exactly what he did. one insider witness explained what applying the DeVal model nationwide meant in practice, and this is tab 49. As we see on our screens, Evidence Channel 2, this witness stated, quote, "It means that he wants to apply how DeVal addresses the drug problem in a national scope, the whole country. It means that zero tolerance on drugs. And what I understood is that we have to eliminate, neutralize drug pushers, just as in DeVal." And as we've heard, this DeVal model also included the payments of rewards for such killings. And as president, Mr. Duterte expanded and replicated this DeVal model across the Philippines, working together with many of the same people, his co-perpetrators, following the same plan, and using the same methods. On becoming president, Mr. Duterte appointed his co-perpetrators from DeVal, a number of whom Mr. Nichols introduced yesterday, to senior positions in the police and the government. And in these high-level positions, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators had authority over thousands of state personnel, including those that formed the national network that the co-perpetrators used to carry out the charged crimes, as Ms. Croft will shortly describe in more detail. And, Your Honours, central to this plan to carry out the charged crimes was the formal national anti-illegal drugs campaign in the Philippines. And this campaign was launched through a document titled Command Memorandum Circular number 16, 2016. This was issued by newly appointed PNP Chief Ronald De La Rosa on the 1st of July 2016, the first full day of Mr. Duterte's presidency. On our screens, we see the first and last page of this document, and this is tab 112 of our binder. We see that the subject is, quote, PNP Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign Plan, Project Double Barrel. And we see it is dated the 1st of July 2016. On the first page, there are a series of supporting references for this memorandum. And the first foundational reference is the, quote, pronouncement of President Rodrigo Duterte to get rid of illegal drugs during the first 6 months of his term. And yesterday we heard multiple examples of the violent nature of those pronouncements and speeches. If we focus on the last page of this document, page 18, we see that the distribution list comprised the highest levels of law enforcement in the Philippines. And on the right side, we see it signed by Ronald M. De La Rosa, Philippine National Police, the PNP. And Your Honours, we'll look now at some parts of this document which essentially sets out general guidelines for the implementation of this project, Double Barrel. Focusing first on the execution of this project, Double Barrel, we see on page, in paragraph 5, now on our screens, as follows. The PNP intends to equally address illegal drug problems in the barangays and at the same time pursue the neutralization of illegal drug personalities, as well as the backbone of illegal drugs network operating in the country. And Your Honours will note the use of this word neutralization. While on its face, this word may be open to interpretation, insider witnesses provide evidence that within law enforcement within the Netherlands, within the Philippines, to neutralize meant to kill. And notably, one insider witness explained the significance of the use of this word, neutralize, in this command memorandum, and that's tab 54. And the witness stated as follows, quote, "They used the word neutralize to emphasize the kill order of President Duterte, because that is the promise of President Duterte even before the campaign." And, Your Honours, the sprinkling of references to human rights in this document should be viewed in this context. Moving on to the concept of operations, this is set out on page 3 of this memorandum as follows, quote, "The PMP Anti-Illegal Drugs Campaign Plan, Project Double Barrel, will be conducted in a two-pronged approach, namely Project Tokang and Project HVT. The first prong or barrel, Project Tokang, focused on the clearance of the drug-affected barangays. And this relates to count 3, which I'll discuss shortly in the second part of my presentation. The second barrel, which relates to count 2, was Project HVT, or High Value Target, which I will focus on now. Turning to page 6 of this document, we read as follows. Project HVT is a massive and reinvigorated conduct of anti-illegal drugs operations, targeting illegal drugs personalities and drug syndicates. And as your honours are aware, it was in the course of this Project HVT that the prosecution alleges the 14 victims of count 2 were murdered. And many of the high-value target victims of count 2 incidents were included in charts and lists that Mr. Duterte showed during public, often televised appearances and speeches. And just as he did in Davao, as president, Mr. Duterte publicly named persons he alleged were involved in drugs, and many of those would end up as victims in his so-called war on drugs. For example, on the 7th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte held a televised press conference in Davao City, during which he named 150 public officials who he claimed were involved in the drug trade. These included Albrera Mayor Rolando Espinosa and Osamis Mayor Reynaldo Parahinog, as well as various members of the Parahinog family. This speech is at tab 31, and we'll play 2 clips of that now.
Reynaldo Parahinog, alias Andong, the mayor of Osamis City. Nova Princess Parahinog Chavez used to be the wife of, I think, Colanco. Yung poster boy doon sa blandi-blandi pa ang buhok. Hindi naman, tisoy. Alam mo, baskin saya magpataabangan ko kayo. Kasi wala na ako sa presidency, habang may baril ako.
Wherever you go, I will be waiting for you, even if I'm no longer president, as long as I have a gun. And indeed, as your honours are aware, Mr. Duterte did not need to wait long. On the 5th of November 2016, Mayor Espinosa was murdered. That's charged incident 13. Then, on the 30th of July 2017, Mayor Parahinog, together with a number of others, was also murdered. That's charged incident 14. And during the same speech that we just saw, Mr. Duterte emphasized his direct involvement in the preparation of this list as follows.
Third, the validation. I'm the one reading it, and I am the sole person responsible for this all.
And this list was subsequently published by the media, who referred to it as the narco list, or as we see from the article on our screens, simply the Duterte list. And Your Honours, Mr. Duterte continued to flaunt his list of so-called high-value targets. Perhaps the most significant of these lists was the President Rodrigo Duterte list, or the PRRD list for short, and that's at tab 48 of our list of materials. Your Honours, this was basically an Excel-style spreadsheet that listed persons alleged to be high-value targets. The slide now on our screen shows the first page of the PRRD list, which includes photos of various persons designated alleged to be high-value targets. And at the bottom of this list are a series of different tabs, some of which have been enlarged on our screens. And as we see, they include different regions of the Philippines, and within these tabs are lists of names and identifying information of persons alleged to be high-value targets. And the persons included in this PRRD list were also assigned different levels, as set out in our PCB, in our brief, paragraph 99. As we see from the slide now on our screens, these levels range from 1 to 5. At the lowest level 1, this included lower-level government and police, as well as street-level pushers. And at the highest level 5, this represented the highest value targets: drug wholesalers, financiers, and high-ranking police officers. And consistent with the Davao model of killing, rewards were also paid when a high-value target was neutralized, meaning killed. And this evidence is set out at paragraphs 52 and 99 of our brief. And these rewards were not part of the regular PNP budget, but were provided by Mr. Duterte, who also publicly offered perpetrators rewards for killing. Your Honours, to sum up the significance of the PRRD list, I turn to the words of another insider witness, and this is tab 54. Quote, "This list was used by the police in their operations. And if you are in the list, you will be the subject for police operations. And most of the time, the people on the list are killed. So basically, the PRRD list is a dead list." And Mr. Duterte publicly paraded this PRRD list on multiple occasions. For example, during another televised speech on the 2nd of February 2017, tab 111, he stated the following.
This is the drug industry of the Philippines.
And in this same speech, we'll shortly see Mr. Duterte holding another page of this PRRD list, reacting to criticisms based on human rights in relation to his so-called war on drugs.
Tapos sabihin mo lang ako, takot-takutin mo ako ng human rights. Pakain ko ito, bunganga nila. Oh.
And Your Honours, on this issue of human rights, as Mr. Nichols explained yesterday, during his speeches in Davao, Mr. Duterte, well versed in the law, would occasionally seek to legitimize his encouragement of state violence by references to human rights and self-defense. And he continued to do so as president. For example, as we will see in the next clip, during a speech on the 20th of September 2016, which is at tab 130, he stated the following.
Pagka bumunot, patayin mo. Pag hindi bumunot, patayin mo rin.
Oh, tangin. Para matapos na. Kaysa mawala pa bro. Ako na ang bahala sa inyo. Itaga ninyo ito sa puso ninyo. For as long as I am the President, nobody but nobody, no military man or policeman will go to prison because they perform their duties well. Ako ang mapakulong sa inyo. Sabihin mo lang, utos ni Mayor yun.
So that was Mr. Duterte's message to the military and to the police. Kill, whether or not your target pulls a gun, and I will protect you. And Your Honours, as we will now hear, during the same speech, in case there was any doubt, Mr. Duterte made it very clear that this promise of protection related not only to lawful killings.
For as long as there is that power to pardon sa Konstitusyon, yan ang weapon ko against crime. Magmasakir kayo na 100, 100 din kayo, edi pardon lahat eh. Restored to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to both.
And Your Honours, as was so often the case, Mr. Duterte's message was repeated and amplified in the media, as we see in the next slide, which is tab 88, which reads as follows, quote, Duterte to troops, massacre criminals, I'll promote you. With the byline, in the same speech, Duterte tells soldiers he will never order them to do anything illegal. And this was the pattern, Your Honours. Out of one side of his mouth, quietly, occasionally, he would speak about self-defense. This was Mr. Duterte, the lawyer, keenly aware of his own legal jeopardy, especially once he was no longer president. And out of the other side of his mouth, loudly, frequently, he would say, kill, and I will protect you, I will pardon you, and I will promote you. And this was Mr. Duterte, the strong man president who orders the murders of drug lords and alleged criminals. And as the charged incidents demonstrate, Mr. Duterte's co-perpetrators, as well as the police on the streets, understood his message to kill loud and clear. As an example, Your Honours, I'll focus briefly now on incident number 13. You'll recall that on assuming his presidency, Mr. Duterte publicly expressed his frustration with mayors who he alleged were involved in the drug trade, including Mayor Espinosa. On the 1st of August 2016, he gave Mayor Espinosa, then Mayor of Albuera, 24 hours to surrender to the police. And the following day, Mayor Espinosa did surrender to PMP Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa. In a public speech on the 5th of August 2016, Mr. Duterte stated the following in reference to Mayor Espinosa's surrender, and this can be found at tab 129.
Problema niya ay yung mayor ng Albuera. Mabuti, nakaabot siya doon kay Bato na pinahanap ko, shot on sight, parang aso. Eh, ang tingin ko talaga sa inyo, ma'am. Kayo, parang aso.
And on around the 5th of November 2016, a few months after Mr. Duterte had him tracked down like a dog, Rolando Espinosa was murdered while in detention in Leyte Provincial Jail, together with another man, Raul Yap. According to the PMP's official narrative of this incident, there was a shootout between Espinosa and Yap and officers who attempted to serve search warrants on them while in prison. By contrast, the evidence demonstrates, as set out in paragraphs 107 to 110 of our brief, that these men were murdered in their prison cells in a coordinated operation involving various state agents. CCTV was disabled, guns were planted in their cells, rewards were paid. And as we see on the slide now on our screens, tab 48 of our list of materials, both Mr. Espinosa and Mr. Yap were included in the PRRD list, amongst other individuals whose names have been blurred by the prosecution. Rolando Espinosa in the upper row is recorded as a mayor and alleged to be a drug lord, indicated as level 4. And Raul Yap in the lower row is also alleged to be a drug lord, listed as level 3. The arrest of both men is noted, and this is shown on the right side. Then separately, it is noted that they were neutralized. And in a further indication that to neutralize meant to kill, as we see here, it is only on the date of their death, the 5th of November 2016, that they were noted as neutralized. Additionally, in the tab of the PRRD spreadsheet labeled high-value targets, now visible on our screens, there is a photo of Mayor Espinosa. He's the person in the yellow T-shirt in the second row on the far right side. As you can see from the enlarged photo, he's been crossed out in red, which, as a witness confirmed, indicates that he had been killed. And if your honours look closely at this list, you'll see it appears to be the same list that Mr. Duterte held during a speech on the 2nd of February 2017. And for reference, these are tabs 48 and 111. And your honours, following these murders, Mr. Duterte continued his public threats. For example, on the 9th of February 2017, he stated publicly that mayors involved in illegal drugs should resign or face death. We'll play an extract of this speech, which is at tab 132 now.
Tatawagin ko yung mga mayors, ilak ko, no, kami-kami lang. Sabihin ko talaga sa kanila. Ayun, ganong kakapal yung pinakita ko sa inyo. Hanapin mo yung pangalan mo dyan, mayor. Tangina, pag nandyan yung pangalan mo, may problema. Talagang papatayin kita.
Mr. Duterte's message to the mayors could not be clearer. If your name is in my list, then I'll kill you. And in case anyone watching this speech has any doubt about his intentions, Mr. Duterte goes on to comment on extrajudicial killings. And as he does so, your honours will note the nonchalant, casual manner in which he draws his finger across his throat. Let's play the video.
Wala akong ako talaga ang walang akong maipagyabang. Kaya ginadaan ko na lang sa extrajudicial killing.
And in this opulent, gilded presentation room, the officials laugh along with their president while he boasts about his skills in extrajudicial killing. And outside, on the streets of the Philippines, the bodies pile up. The evidence from one data set shows that as at the date of this speech, 9th of January 2017, almost 1,500 people had been killed in Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. And that's paragraph 73 of our brief. A few months later, in an April 2017 speech, which I won't play, but is a tab 134.2, Mr. Duterte called the deceased Espinosa a, quote, son of a bitch, and after citing multiple allegations of murders by the police, he said he would pardon and reinstate any convicted police officer with a, quote, promotion to ranks higher, end quote. Your Honours, I move now to the second part of my presentation, the murders and attempted murders committed during the barangay clearance operations. And these operations were covered by the first barrel of Project Tokang, which we looked at earlier. We'll briefly return to this document, CMC 2016, and the overview of the two barrels. As the slide on our screen shows, the stated aim of Project Tokang, just focusing on the first sentence, was, quote, accelerating the drive against illegal drugs in affected barangays, end quote. And in practice, Your Honours, this meant murdering some of the most vulnerable members of Filipino society. As witnesses stated, the poor were often targeted because they were the ones least likely to file complaints against the police. To quote one witness on our next slide, he stated, "It was said that the ones that we had to do the Tokang operation on had to be poor. Those who do not have the means to file a complaint or to complain." And similarly, another witness stated the following: "Based on what we've seen here in the Philippines, the people that were killed or could be killed were the poor, people with no means, simple people who were not able to file charges against them." Your Honours, Project Tokang operations were implemented across the Philippines in a number of ways, as set out in paragraph 75 of our brief. And these operations frequently followed the same modus operandi as we also set out in paragraphs 33 and 114 of our brief, which was as follows. A target was identified, often through the use of lists, such as barangay lists or police station watch lists. The target was then murdered in a police operation. Weapons, drugs, and money, or a combination thereof, were then planted at the crime scene. And then the police reports were repeatedly falsified to legitimate the operations as acts of self-defense. And in this context, as witnesses explain, the police often used the term nanlaban, which translates to fighting back, to describe incidents in which they supposedly shot a victim in self-defense. And these reports were often almost identical. In essence, copy-paste reports in which victims were frequently blamed for their own deaths. And finally, unofficial rewards were paid. Your Honours, I'll briefly focus on a few of the Count 3 incidents to illustrate this pattern. On the day of his inauguration, the 30th of June 2016, then President Duterte held a speech in Tondo, Manila, and he directly addressed the public present, including, as we will see, women and children. For reference, this is tab 127. Let's please play the clip.
Ako po'y galit. Pati yung mga pulis dito sa Maynila nakasabit sa droga. Ako po'y nakikiusap, wag ho kayong pumasok dyan kasi papatayin ko talaga kayo.
As we see, Mr. Duterte's message was clear. Stay away from drugs, or I will kill you. And the killing in Tondo began almost immediately following this speech, as we set out in our brief, paragraphs 100 to 101. I'll focus now on, and Tondo is visible on our screens, I'll focus now on incident 23, which also took place in Tondo, on or about the night of the 4th to the 5th of October 2016. As your Honours are aware, the alleged victim of this incident 23 was Benjamin Vizda. And we'll shortly see a video which shows Mr. Vizda just before midnight in a vest, in handcuffs, forced onto a motorbike between two police officers and driven away. And this is tab 76, and we'll play the video now. And we see now Mr. Vizda being forced onto the motorbike between the two police officers. And as he's been driven away, we see women and children chasing after him, no doubt terrified about what would happen next. And around 20 minutes later, Your Honours, Mr. Vizda was dead, shot multiple times in the head by police officers. A witness described the scene, and Your Honours, the next slide will be a graphic image. And for reference, this is tab 77. The witness stated, quote, "The victim was lying on the street in handcuffs and was dead. He'd been shot in the head 7 or 8 times," end quote. The official account of this incident was recorded in a police report known as a Spot Report, dated the 5th of October 2016. This is tab 65. And this report, an extract of which is on the screen, stated that Mr. Vizda was killed by the police in self-defense after he snatched the firearm of a police officer while he was on a motorbike, while wearing handcuffs, and he shot at the police but missed. Your Honours, as demonstrated by the evidence in paragraph 126 of our brief, this narrative is false. Benjamin Vizda did not fight back. He was murdered. Your Honours, Project Tokang was also carried out through one-time, big-time, or OTBT operations. And these were large-scale, high-intensity police operations that often resulted in multiple murders. And one such operation took place in Bulacan, shown on our screens, between the 15th and the 16th of August 2017. In August 2017, the police made a press release regarding their recent operations, which noted that 32 people were killed by the police in simultaneous one-time, big-time operations from the 15th to the 16th of August 2017. This press release, which can be found at tab 108, is visible on our screens. In the headline, we read, quote, 32 killed, 107 arrested, as firearms, grenades, and numerous illegal drugs were seized in Bulacan, PMP, simultaneous big-time operations. And focusing, Your Honours, on the paragraph at the bottom of the screen, we see that the deaths of these 32 people were recorded as, quote, significant results, end quote, of the, quote, intensified campaign against illegal drugs, otherwise known as Project Double Barrel Reloaded, end quote. And this was essentially a reinvigorated version of Project Double Barrel, as set out in our brief footnote 37. And the press release goes on to name the 32 victims of this operation, which included 3 victims who are victims of charged incidents 28 and 29 in this case, who were murdered, consistent with the pattern of the other incidents in count 3, as set out in paragraphs 131 to 132 of our brief. Your Honours, 32 individuals killed by the police in Bulacan in a 24-hour period. You would imagine this would be a major national incident. So how did Mr. Duterte react to this shocking news? Let's hear what he said, and for reference, this is tab 147.
Yung namatay daw kanina sa Bulacan, 32, in a massive raid. Ganda yun. Makapatay lang tayo ng another 32 every day, then maybe we can reduce the what ails this country.
So that was the President's message in response to the death of 32 Filipinos in a single day. He essentially said to the police, well done, keep going, let's kill another 32 every day. And, Your Honours, in this context, as you would expect, the killings went on and on. This phase of one-time, big-time operations continued until around the 18th of August 2017, resulting in many more deaths. As one witness stated, quote, "It was hunting season, a killing spree," end quote. And that's at tab 77. And on the evening of the 16th of August, in the midst of this killing spree, perhaps at the same time as Mr. Duterte's speech in Bulacan, a 17-year-old child named Kian de los Santos was murdered in Caloocan, the location of which is marked on our screens. And this is charged incident 30. As usual, the police claimed that Kian de los Santos shot at them and they were forced to shoot him dead in self-defense. Another victim blamed for his death. As set out in our brief, paragraph 133, this account is contradicted by CCTV footage showing police dragging the child across the ground, and other evidence shows that after pleading for his life, he was shot twice in the head. And the next slide is a graphic image, Your Honours, and that's tab 151. On our screens, we see the tragic image of the body of the 17-year-old child, Kian de los Santos. And as noted in our brief, paragraph 56, this brutal murder led to a massive public outcry across the Philippines. And in these circumstances, exceptionally, the direct perpetrators of these murders were prosecuted and they were imprisoned. And in the face of this public outcry, Mr. Duterte was forced to temporarily withdraw police from drug operations from the 10th of October to the 4th of December 2017. And this led to a reduction in the frequency of killings. In announcing this temporary withdrawal, Mr. Duterte sarcastically stated that he hoped that this would satisfy, quote, bleeding hearts and the media, end quote. And in this way, he publicly communicated that this was not a genuine effort to prevent crime, but rather a temporary attempt to placate public criticism. And less than 2 months later, Mr. Duterte decided to once again scale up operations. He ordered the PNP back into the campaign, and the killings once again intensified. And, Your Honours, regrettably, children continued to be the victims of these killings. Your Honours will recall that at the very start of his presidency, Mr. Duterte gave a speech in Tondo, and we saw a part of it earlier. This is tab 127 on our list of materials, and we'll watch another portion of that speech now.
Yung mga adik ho dyan, kayo na lang ho ang pumatay. Kung anak niya, ikaw ang pumatay. Kung anak niyang adik, kayo ang pumatay para hindi masyado masakit.
If it's someone's child, be the killer yourself. If someone's child is the addict, then you be the one to kill. Your Honours, it's worth pausing here, taking a step back and reflecting on what we are seeing and what we are hearing. This is the President of the Philippines, the Commander-in-Chief, the most powerful man in the Philippines. He's pointing directly at the crowd, and he is telling them to kill someone else's child. Kill them, not because they are an alleged drug lord, not even an alleged criminal, but simply because they may have an addiction to drugs. And this is an example, perhaps, of what the defense described yesterday as Mr. Duterte speaking, quote, openly from the heart, sincerely and truthfully, end quote. And that's transcript 4, page 37, lines 15 to 16. And during an earlier part of the same speech, Mr. Duterte also boasted that during his presidency, funeral homes would make a lot of money. Let's play that clip.
Sabihin ko sa inyo, itong mga panahon nitong mga araw na dadating, kung may punerarya ho kayo, kikita kayo ng husto. Tayo ko yung mga small time na punerarya dito, doon. At sigurado hindi kayo malugi. At pag humihina na ang negosyo ninyo, sabihin ko lang sa mga pulis, bilis-bilisan ninyo ng konti para kumita yung tao sa negosyo nila. Ayan, sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Hindi ako nagbibiro.
So again, here's the president assuring funeral homes that if their business declines, he will, quote, tell the police, hurry up a little so people can make money from their business, end quote. And he stressed very clearly he was, quote, not joking. And as my friend said yesterday, transcript 4, page 30, lines 18 to 19, quote, for President Roddy, his word was his word, and the people knew it, end quote. In this context, to conclude, I'll focus briefly on incidents 38 and 45. As your honours know, in the course of these incidents, which occurred during 2018, on 2 separate occasions, the police detained a child aged around 14 or 15 years old. On each occasion, the police wrapped the child's head in packing tape so no one could hear them scream, and then strangled the child to death with wire. It's difficult to imagine a more terrifying end to 2 lives that had barely even begun. And these murdered children were then sold to funeral homes, who profited from their bodies, as explained in paragraphs 142 and 150 of our brief. Your Honours, dead children, police ensuring that funeral homes made money. Mr. Duterte, indeed, was not joking. Thank you, Your Honours. This concludes my presentation. I now hand over to Ms. Croft.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Judge Motosh, thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor, for your presentation. I think we are going to observe a break of 40 minutes up to 11:30 a.m. Thank you very much.
Mga kapuso, pansamantalang naka-break ang confirmation of charges hearing dyan sa International Criminal Court kung saan nakita natin, Mab, si Edward Jeremy.
Yes, ng prosekusyon. Oo.
Kung saan naglatag siya ng mga ebidensya para patunayan ang count 2 and 3. Yung count 2, Mab, ito yung high-value targets na bahagi, the other half of Oplan double barrel. Kung saan ang half niyan yung tokhang na mas pamilyar sa atin.
Oo,
ito
tama.
naman yung mga high-value targets. Ito yung mga nasa listahan. Kung naalala niyo po, nung Pangulo pa, si dating Pangulong Duterte, may mga ina-announce siya, mga listahan ng mga
Yung
opisyal.
sumikat na narco list.
Yes,
Ayan.
oo, ayan. Balikan natin si Dean Ralph Sarmiento, international law expert. Dean, good evening.
Good evening po. Ito talagang gabi na.
Your thoughts, Dean, on what has been presented so far. Ang prosecution, again, nagpatuloy sila sa pagpresenta ng mga ebidensya. How compelling were the evidence presented?
I think the prosecution is parang they're taking a cumulative approach, no? So they're building the case detail by detail. I think yung pinaka-focus nila dito is to, number one, establish yung parang contextual element ng crime against humanity of murder, which is the widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population with knowledge of the attack. And they're now trying to establish na this was done as a matter of policy. So ito yung tinatry nila na based on the statements, based on the palang organizational structure na build, no, at that particular time. Pero ultimately depende pa rin po 'yon kasi normally mere incendiary language, kahit na talagang mainit yung mga language, yung hahanapin ng mga judges is still the link, yung nexus. So, and makikita mo, I think that's the direction that the prosecution is trying to go to, na they want to link one particular statement from the former President Duterte to a particular killing. So, yun yung ginagawa nila. Kasi they need to establish, number one, yung pinaka-importante kasi is criminal intent. Yung sinasabi natin sa law na mens rea. Yung criminal mind na dapat at the time that you participated in the commission of these acts, either directly or indirectly, as an indirect perpetrator, dapat may criminal intent ka. And sa Rome Statute, when we say criminal intent or mens rea, it is a combination of intent and knowledge. So yun yung kailangan i-establish ng prosecution na they should be able to establish na may intent and at the same time may knowledge. So insofar as intent is concerned, so they're trying to establish na through his words, through his rhetorics, na parang talagang these were directed na he meant to engage in this particular conduct, and then they're trying to establish na he had knowledge of the consequence na yung itong mga words na to, what they're trying to establish is that he had the knowledge that in the ordinary course of events, ito yung consequence ng kanyang mga words. So once na-establish yun, and then they are able to convince the judges na may intent and may knowledge, so yun yung isang they will not be able to establish one important element, yung mens rea in the case. And then, so yung naman doon, yung difficulty naman doon, yung nexus talaga, no? So I think, but in the direction, I think for purposes of confirmation of hearing, yung structure and at the same time yung sufficiency, I think looking at previous na mga patterns of decisions with respect to confirmation of charges hearing, normally, in my assessment, siguro yung possible direction dito. So far sa narinig ko, is that may possibility na ma-convince yung mga judges na ma-confirm yung charges. Pero of course, that will also depend on how Nicholas Kaufman will punch holes on the prosecution's evidence that's presented so far, no? So kasi yung role naman ni Nicholas Kaufman dito is not really to establish the innocence of the former President Duterte at this particular stage. Yung kailangan niya lang establish is to put some doubts in the yung parang to look parang to emphasize or to focus on weaknesses, parang to lay down na may mga weaknesses, may mga missing link sa yung sa mga evidence nyo. So what if he said this? So how do you connect that in particular to a particular killing, para mga ganon. Now, so yung nangyari dito, parang inference lang. No? So sinabi niya to, and then may nangyaring ganito. Sinabi niya to, may killings na nangyaring ganito. Now, yung hanapin dito ng International Criminal Court judges is usually the link. So kasi minsan, hindi pwedeng na inference lang. Na sinabi ko to, and then nangyari to.
Right.
So normally, dapat normally the evidence should go more than that. Na talagang dapat may operational na may parang may order ba talaga, may command ba talaga, ma'am na. And I suppose they would have to, or they should be able to present yung mga witnesses talaga who know of the operation, na talaga may first-hand knowledge of the operation para ma-establish yung link talaga. But if they are not able to establish the link, yung mga previous decisions ng International Criminal Court, kung yung link is just based on mere inference, normally they will not confirm the charges. So yun yung parang challenge on the part of the prosecution.
Mukhang magiging interesante po yung isasagot ng defense kung uulitin ba nila yung sinabi nila na parang exaggerations lang, hyperbole lang yung mga sinabi ni Pangulong Duterte.
Bluster.
Pero din babalikan po namin kayo. Kukuha po muna tayo ngayon ng live report mula sa The Hague sa the Netherlands. Naroon ngayon si Marisol Abduraman. Marisol?
Phone ko, yung Danish.
Sol? Ayan.
Check, mic check.
Sol, go ahead. Sol, go ahead.
Mula dito sa ICC sa The Hague, Netherlands at gaya nga ng inyong nakikita, maulan pa rin ang panahon kaya nananatiling malamig pero syempre ang mga taga-suporta ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ay hindi nagpatinag sa anumang panahon na ating nararanasan ngayon dito. Gaya ng inyong nakikita, nagkakaroon sila ng munting salo-salo dito, ang kanilang pagtitipon pero unlike kahapon na nagkaroon ng programa ngayon, wala naman daw basta nandito lang sila para magpakita ng kanilang suporta. Earlier naman kanina meron tayong mga nahabol sa pila bago sila nakapasok kanina sa loob ng ICC para manood ng pangalawang araw ng hearing ng confirmation of charges. Nakausap natin ang ilang pamilya ng mga biktima. Hindi raw nila inaasahan that this day would come na darating sa gantong punto na magkakaroon daw ng pagdinig para doon sa kanilang inirereklamo sa dating Pangulo. They never imagined na as powerful as the former president ay aabot daw sa gantong punto na makakapaglahad daw ang prosekusyon ng mga reklamo nila at umaasa sila na magiging positive nga ang kanilang reklamo at merong kahihinatnan ang kanilang paghingi ng hustisya. Nakausap din natin kanina earlier si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman at sinabi nga po niya na inirespeto naman daw niya ang mga pananaw ng prosekusyon na sinasabi nila na positibo sila at alam nila na mapupunta daw ito sa trial. Basta sila gagawin lamang daw nila ang kanilang best. Aantabayanan natin ang mga kaganapan ngayong araw dahil kung ikukumpara sa sitwasyon kahapon, medyo mas tahimik ngayon kasi walang mga pagkilos ng both pro at saka anti pero itong mga taga-suporta ay nandito at mananatili raw sila hanggang matapos ang pangalawang araw ng pagdinig ngayong araw. Balik sa inyo.
Marisol, tanong lang, nakaka-monitor ba yung mga taga-suporta ni dating Pangulong Duterte dyan? At kung oo, meron na ba silang reaksyon dun sa mga iprinesenta ng prosekusyon kanina, Marisol?
Okay na? I didn't know kung sino.
Sol, mukhang wala yatang override si Sola. Pero
babalikan na lang natin mamaya.
Since yesterday, nakabantay sa labas ng The Hague si Sola at nakikita nga natin both sides, may mga naghahanap ng hustisya for their loved ones. They are of course hoping for the best. While on the other side, yung mga taga-suporta naman ng dating Pangulo, they want also the best. At ang best sa kanila ay mapawalang sala, ma-disprove ang mga aligasyon laban sa dating Pangulo. Balikan natin si Dean. Mav, may tanong ka kanina. In fact, yan din ang tanong ko eh. Dean, magandang gabi ulit sa inyo. Yung karaniwang sagot ng depensa, in fact, we have been hearing this from the presidential spokespersons during the time of the former president. Yan ang lagi nilang linya na alam niyo naman yung presidente, palabiro yan. He didn't mean what he said.
Parang nami-misunderstand lang.
Correct.
Binibigyan ng kulay yung sinasabi niya.
Will that hold? Ay, sorry. Dean, naka-mute po yata kayo?
Ay, sorry po.
Go
Depende
ahead.
po talaga sa nature ng mga statements, no? Yung statements po dito, technically, hindi po conclusive. May probative value po for purposes of establishing yung intent and knowledge, no? So, yung ginagawa ng prosecution dito is to accumulate the evidence. So, if they can establish na may cumulative na mga statements na ganito, yun yung parang strategy nila to establish the existence of a plan or policy for purposes of conducting this parang crime against humanity of murder. Kasi kung it's not conducted as a matter of plan or policy, if they cannot able to establish that, so yung mangyari noon, parang isolated lang yung mga killings na to, parang walang relation yung nangyari sa Davao, walang relation yung nangyari sa Bulacan and everything. So parang sasabihin nila, isolated lang mga incidents na to, na talagang walang core policy or mga ganun. But of course, so depende rin yun sa so they were able to initially present the memorandum with respects yung operation Tokang and everything, so at the beginning of the presidency. So I think that's one important evidence. So I'm titingnan natin mamaya kung how will the defense respond to that particular memorandum na na-present nila. Because that's one important link in establishing yung policy consideration na these were not isolated, na talagang ginagawa ito as a matter of state policy during the presidency, from the mayoralty, and then during the presidency. So yun yung on the part of the prosecution. So titingnan natin, no? So this is getting exciting. Titingnan natin kung ano mangyari dito.
So, Dean, yan, yung binabanggit po ninyo. Sabi nyo kanina, hindi pwede yung based lang sa inference. Certain words were uttered, and then certain events followed. Pero hindi pa natin ma-establish directly yung linkage ng mga events na yan. So, kung hindi ho sapat yung inference lang, ano ho yung sasapat? Ano ho yung dapat ipresenta ng prosecution?
Well, number one, they will have to establish na kada statement na binanggit ni former President Duterte, dapat may contemporaneous link yon sa isang killing or isang operation.
Kasi kung ginagawa nila, no? Parang ganun yung nagiging direksyon.
Dun sa mga
Yun yung parang I
particularly,
think strategy na ginagawa ng prosecution na yun. And then they will have to establish it was directed at certain state actors. So para ma-consider siya na parang order. Or at least kung hindi siya talagang direct na order, at least it's an parang encouragement or parang gano'n na gawin nyo to. So they will have to establish and they need to convince the court na those statements convinced the actors, the alleged perpetrators to commit the killings. Kasi ultimately, ang tingin ko dito, the defense will not actually question the fact na may mga killings na nangyari.
Yes.
So what they will be establishing here is, okay, may killings na nangyari, but you cannot attribute these killings to the former President Duterte. So yun yung magiging core strategy of the defense in this particular case.
Din, ano po sa tingin niyo yung pinaka may impact dun sa lahat ng iprenesenta ng prosecution kanina?
I think yung mga direct statements na, for example, yung sinasabi na papatayin kita, papatayin ko kayo, mga direct na mga statements. Although, of course, parang rhetoric yun. They were very strong statements. So, yun yung ano doon. So, kahit na sinabi mo yun, but still, we need the nexus. We need the link to parang ano. So, kung walang link yun, so still, magiging parang rhetoric lang yon. So at most, it can establish intent. Parang kung cumulative na talagang there's an accumulation of mga rhetorics na ganito. So parang the court may be convinced na okay, talagang may intent kasi talagang sinasabi niya paulit-ulit ang ganito, no, di ba? So pero ultimately, okay, so now may intent and then may killings na nangyari. So what the prosecution needs to establish now is the link. Yung mga statements ba na yun ang talagang nag-cause or may direct relation ba sila to the killings? So, did they killings or in parang conversely, can we say na the killing attributable or were caused by the statements? So, yung link dito, yung very important factor. So if the prosecution cannot establish that particular link or cannot convince the court na talagang may link dito, this is not only mere inference, na talagang link na to, so yun yung talagang magiging away dito.
Din, kanina po meron din sinasabi dun sa mga video clip na ipinalabas ni dating Pangulong Duterte na sasagutin ko lahat kapag merong pumatay, merong nangyari, sagot ko kayo, kumbaga. Pwede ho ba yun na, sasapat po ba yun na eksplanasyon na okay, hindi ako ang gumawa nito, merong mga policeman o kung sino man na gumawa nitong mga operation na ito.
But it was upon my orders that these were carried
sinabi
out.
ko ito at sinabi ko na ako ang bahala sa inyo. Kumbaga, I take on all the responsibility.
Okay, so yun naman, yung point naman yun, so they're trying to establish na parang he contributed, he enabled, he encouraged the commission of the crimes through his words. So, ganun pa rin yung ano doon. So, ultimately, yung question doon, okay, so, ano yung direct causal connection nun, ng mga words na yon, yung encouragement niya, yung ba talaga ang nag-encourage sa mga police, to commit these particular killings. So, the prosecution will have to establish that.
So, Din, ang babanggit nyo, dito ho, for purposes of confirmation of charges, hindi naman tayo guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Kumbaga, reasonable expectation lang na posibleng nga may nangyaring krimen at posibleng dapat itong magpatuloy sa trial. So far, with what you've heard, how is the prosecution faring towards this end?
Well, based sa pattern ng mga previous prosecutions before the International Criminal Court, this particular direction more likely kasi, basta wala din solid evidence na, kasi dito is parang ano lang, substantial evidence eh.
Yes,
So parang substantial ground to believe eh. So hindi pa naman na talagang dapat na ma-convince tayo na talagang responsible siya. So parang may possibility ba na responsible siya? Do we have, is an ordinary person, in the mind of an ordinary person, may substantial ground but to believe that these crimes may have been committed and that the former president is responsible for or may have contributed to the commission of these crimes? So if the court is they will bring this to trial. Yun yung normal course of action. And then doon na lang sa trial yung actual na war of evidence, with the presentation of all the witnesses and
Pero din yung diskarte ng prosecution at this point. Kasi we know that at this point pwede na sila magpresenta ng mga testigo. Pero hindi pa nila ginagawa.
Normally po, hindi po nangyayari yun sa
Hindi sila nagpe-present ng witnesses talaga.
confirmation hearing. Opo. Yung procedure po natin dito, normally sa confirmation of charges hearing, what they present is just parang yung core theory ng kanilang case. And then they will be presenting yung kanilang summary evidence. And then, minsan may mga prior recorded testimony na nakuha nila. But yung actual presentation of the witnesses, normally nangyayari po yun sa actual na trial.
Sa mismong trial.
If this goes to trial, then doon na po yung mga presentation ng mga witnesses. But in this particular case po, yung sinasabi dito, hindi po ito question of the evidence, question of sufficiency. So parang ina-assume natin na assuming na totoo lahat yung mga evidence na presented by the prosecution, so would this be enough to bring him to trial? Parang ganun. But of course, if the defense can also attack the credibility or reliability of the evidence. Pero kung, like for example, in this particular case, these are publicly available na mga videos and everything. So I don't think they will be questioning yung credibility kung totoo ba tong video na to. So I don't think there will be questions of that nature, or there will be a challenge to the evidence of that nature. So parang mangyari dito, okay, assuming na ganito yung evidence, totoo lahat yung present ng prosecution na evidence, would this be enough for us to be convinced na may substantial ground to believe that the crimes were committed and that the former president is responsible for these crimes, or this can be attributed to him?
Din yung pagtatapos po nung presentasyon ng prosecution kanina, yung parang appeal to the emotion siya di ba? Na binanggit po si Kian de los Santos at yung iba pang mga bata at menor de edad na napatay during the duration po ng war on drugs. Yung po bang mga ganito, may bigat ba ito sa pagdedesisyon ng ICC judges? Or talagang ang emosyon, isasantabi muna natin, talagang hard facts lang po ang titingnan?
Well, normally, yung qualification po and competence ng mga ICC judges, of course, mga mga high profile na mga practitioners, yung iba po mga judges din po ng mga high level courts sa kanilang mga respective countries. And normally, they are known for their skill in determining, in determining evidence, in parang removing the emotion from the hard facts and the hard evidence. So, tao lang naman yan. Of course, it may have some impact. And but based on judicial parang ethics nila and everything, and pursuant to the rules of procedure, normally it is expected that they will on hard facts and the evidence presented by.
Okay. Dean, natapos na po yung si Mr. Edward Jeremy, isa sa mga prosecutor. I think may in-expect pa tayong isa from the prosecution. Tama ho ba?
Yeah, I
So
think
what can
yung
we
count
expect
one,
from that
yung
presentation?
i-present nila, the next prosecutor who will be speaking will be talking about the count one. Yung count one, yung incidents while the former president was a mayor of Davao.
Or wait, parang yun yata yung kahapon. Din, no? I think count 3, if I'm not mistaken, ito na po yata yung
2 and
ipipresent.
3
But
today, oo.
are we expecting more of the same? Sa tingin po ninyo, ganun pa rin
I think yung pattern
given the direction,
will be the same. I think the pattern will be the same it will continue na ganito. So cumulative evidence yung ipipresent nila to establish intent, to establish yung
Attribution.
widespread and systematic attack they will have to establish yung policy. Very important kasi yung policy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yung nakikita natin so far, Ma'am, wala tayong nakikitang fireworks. So, walang sagutan. Ganun ho talaga ang in-expect natin dito, Dean? Parang, parang take turns lang.
Wala pa pong cross-examination dito na mangyayari.
Yeah.
But there, in some exceptional cases, may possibility na magtanong po yung mga judges. But normally, based on mga previous na mga proceedings nila, medyo rare po na nangyayari yun. Normally po kung may mga clarificatory sila na mga questions lang or parang matters of mga procedure and everything. But normally, wala po mga masyadong mga tanong.
Dean, mamaya, inaasahan din po natin na magsasalita yung depensa. Sa tingin po ninyo, paano naman nila sasagutin? Ito nga pong mga ibinato ng prosecution dito po sa unang pagsasalita ni Edward Jeremy.
Well, I think yung main attack of the prosecution will also be on, number one, establishing na walang intent. Number two, establishing na walang knowledge. And of course, yung question of attribution and yung question of direct link or nexus. Yun po din, I'm sure, yung magiging punteriya ni Nicholas Kaufman.
Din kahapon lang sa day 1, ilang beses binalikan ng prosecution yung mga naging pahayag ng dating Pangulo. Again, siguro po dahil dito heavy yung prosecution, ganito ba talaga kalaki ang impact nito sa tinatakbo so far ng mga hearing? Ang sinasabi kasi ng depensa, cherry pick lang doon naman itong mga to eh. Only to support the narrative that they're trying to push.
Well, ultimately, whether they are cherry-picked or not, no? So, makikita naman po yun. Kahit na cherry-pick, technically, depende rin po yan. So, it will now be on the part of the defense to establish na may mga speeches din siya, may mga statements din siya na, for example, telling the police or telling yung mga subordinates niya to ensure respect for the law or respect for the rule of law, to protect themselves and to shoot only when necessary, only in cases of self-defense and everything. Now, yesterday they were saying na parang they were making a count, no? Kung ilan yung mga ganitong statements and ilan yung mga contrary statements talking about yung parang mga statements na he was trying to tell the policeman you have to respect the rule of law and everything, mga ganon. So ultimately, titingnan natin kung ano talaga yung number nun. And for every statement na mape-present ng defense na former President Duterte parang tried to parang ensure compliance or respect for the rule of law, in effect, sa legal advocacy, that will now be casting doubt on the strength of the evidence of the prosecution. So yun yung magiging purpose nito. Kasi parang madidilute yung strength ng prosecution evidence. So sasabihin nila, okay, di ba, ganito yung sinabi mo, but on the other hand, sinabi niya rin na ganito. So you have to take this holistically. Ano ba talaga yung taken as a whole, ano ba talaga yung stand ni former President Duterte? Talaga bang joke lang ba yun? Or matter of policy? Talaga bang gusto niya maging ganito and everything? Or talagang he was just talking of the consequence na pero he did not actually intend it to happen. Parang pwede mo na sabihin he intended the result, but he did not actually intend the means. Parang ganun. And the prosecution will also try to establish na to his mind, the police officers were parang respecting the law. To his mind, the defense will try to establish na to his mind, the police officers were only shooting or were only using their weapons as a matter of self-defense. Kasi sabi niya, that was my instruction. Parang gano'n. So while I was telling as a matter of rhetoric na ganito, papatayin natin lahat ng mga addict and everything, but he did not intend the parang unlawful means of achieving that particular purpose or consequence. So yun yung magiging strategy naman ng defense.
Di naungkat din po yung tungkol sa mga co-perpetrators. Ano po yung bigat nun At sa tingin niyo po ba ay kakasuhan din sila? Isa pong partikular na nabanggit dito ay si dating PNP Chief, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, na siya po yung naglabas, siya yung nakapirma dun sa order ng PNP double barrel.
Normally po kasi as a matter of practice, alam niyo po in reality, yung cost of conducting this trial, the entire proceedings, medyo mahal po to. And this is being paid for by by all the member states of the International Criminal Court. And yung mandate for Criminal Court is only to charge and only to go after the the highest ranked leaders. So normally they do not go for the lower tiered na mga personalities po.
Opo.
Kikita natin dito.
Opo, very interesting kasi mula Nobyembre, hindi na natin nakikita si Senator De La Rosa dahil nga po nagkaroon ng ugong-ugong na may warrant of arrest na laban sa kanya. So, you're saying di na sa karaniwan po ay yung pinakamataas lang talaga ang hinahabol ng ICC.
Opo. Normally po. Pero depende pa rin po 'yon. Depende pa rin po 'yan. For example at the level of senator, so they will look into yung alleged contribution and participation niya. So would that be parang in practical terms, yung point po kasi dito is to prevent impunity and to ensure na yung mga international crimes do not go unpunished. So yung titingnan nila dito, taking for practicality reasons yung cost of prosecution, logistics and everything, would it be practical to bring this para mga subordinates of the president, of the former President Duterte to trial at The Hague? So if you already have the former president, so would the conduct of an entirely new and separate proceedings for the subordinates, would that still be justified by the cost, by the practicality of the reasons? So may possibility din dito na they will have to wait first for the conclusion of the case against the former President Rodrigo Duterte. Kasi po, for example, kasi di ba may possibility na either yung options po dito, yung possible outcomes after the confirmation of charges hearing is either for the court to confirm the charges or may possibility din na the court will decline to confirm the charges. So if the court declines to confirm the charges, so wala nang basehan to still go after the other kasi kung hindi ma-prove ng prosecution yung substantial ground to believe that the crimes were committed, so there's no point na to go after the subordinates or the other perpetrators.
So dun sa subordinates, Dean, kailangan po panibagong kaso ito, no? They have to start from scratch. Hindi sila pwedeng gawing co-accused dito sa kaso laban sa dating Pangulo.
Technically po hindi na kasi naka-start na po yung proceedings.
Yes.
If the sabay, it will just be one parang joint trial or proceedings. Pero kung separate sila, like the jurisdiction over the persons of the other co-perpetrators is acquired or secured by the International Criminal Court much later, so it will now require the conduct of another parang complete proceedings. So back to square one po, parang new trial talaga.
So sorry din, tutukan lang namin itong punto na to, no? Kasi parang ilang araw o ilang linggo nang pinag-uusapan itong posibilidad ng paglalabas ng warrant sa mga co-perpetrators. Since they were named. Kasi dati redacted yung mga pangalan nila. And then very recently, I think last weekend lumabas yung mga pangalan ng 8, including 2 sitting senators, De La Rosa and Go, and then former high-ranking police officials.
Justice Secretary
mga dating
Aguirre,
mga naging cabinet, high officials din ng Duterte administration. So if they were to ask your legal advice, should they rest easy? Dahil nabanggit nga po ninyo, malabo akong pag-aksayahan ng panahon at resources ng ICC. Tama ho bang pananaw yun sa tingin ninyo?
Well, if you have to be careful, let's say for example on their part, may possibility na, as the rumors, were going around, na may warrants na against sa kanila even previously. So kung may warrants na given to them previously after the preliminary examination or preliminary investigation was conducted by the Office of the Prosecutor, so may possibility na may warrant na talaga. Now kung may warrant na talaga sa kanila na either it was issued just right after the issuance of the warrant against the former President Duterte, so they could no longer avoid the fact na may warrant na. So it's just a matter of executing those warrants. Now, assuming na wala pa talagang warrant, why were their names disclosed for purposes of the proceedings na parang nawala na hindi na na-redact yung pangalan nila? Because they are part of the narrative to complete the narrative of the prosecution against the former President Rodrigo Duterte. So kailangan yung participation nila because they will complete the narrative. So hindi pwede na they will not be mentioned as co-perpetrators. So parang yun yung direction na that the prosecution is going to.
Just to complete the narrative, but not necessarily to hold them accountable for the same crime.
Possibility. Yun yung isang possibility.
Yes.
Pero din sa kasaysayan po ba ng ICC, nangyari na ho ba na meron din silang hinabol na, ayan po, police chief o member ng gabinete o talaga pong yung state leaders lang talaga ang pinupuntirya po
Heads
nila?
of state. Oo.
Hindi naman po. May mga cases din po ng mga lower na mga officials. Pero kung mga rank and file lang po talaga, normally hindi. So normally you have to occupy a parang malaking leadership role in the government. Parang important roles po talaga. Pero like a senator, like former PNP chief or something, may mga time na they can be included as co-perpetrators. Pero at the time of the investigation, if the International Criminal Court actually intended to bring them to The Hague as co-perpetrators, dapat po nasama na sila technically sa warrant.
At saka kasi...
To complete the narrative. Pero hindi sila nasama sa original na warrant. So the original warrant only contained the name of the former president. So I don't know what was the intention or what was the strategy of the Office of the Prosecutor at that time, whether to have a separate trial for them. Pero kung nakita mo na at that time, after concluding your investigation into the drug war, and then nakita mo na yung kanilang participation, there was no point in immediately securing a warrant for them.
At saka din kung maalala natin kay dating Pangulong Duterte, secret pa nga yung arrest warrant niya. Tapos made public lang parang 2 or 3 days after. Pero ngayon, ibinulat-lat na lahat ng pangalan. Kaya nga parang, kumbaga may warning na sila kung sakaling mabibigyan man sila ng arrest warrant.
Opo.
Ayan. Din, maiba lang po ako. Lagi pong nauungkat yung bilang ng mga kaso na dinala sa ICC. Pwede po ba nating ipaliwanag ulit kung bakit po mula sa libu-libong naitala na nasawi dun sa mga police operation, ganito lang po karami yung umabot sa ICC?
Well, number one yung mga documented na mga cases, yung sinasabi natin ng mga thousands and thousands. Normally, those are the records, mga estimates ng mga either mga NGO or mga human rights organization. But for purposes of prosecution, hindi mo pwedeng isama yung ganung number because that will be logistical nightmare because you will have to establish each and every of those killings if you will include them as part of the counts. So dapat mag-concentrate ka lang talaga to the actual killings na talagang pwede mong ma-prove with evidence and with... So you will have to ultimately decide ilan yung isasama ko sa count 1, count 2, and count 3 na that will still be enough to establish the crime charged. Parang gano'n. So, importante lang dito, this is not ordinary murder. So, crime against humanity of murder. And crime against humanity of murder, normally, yung normal na natin, is dapat may multitude of killings. Multiplicity of killings. So, kung sabihin natin 76, 70 plus, in some cases, pwede na yun, enough na yun, na you can establish that there has been a multiplicity of killings. So, you don't actually need to prove na 32,000 or several thousands in order to establish the crime against humanity of murder. So yun yung naging direction and decision ng prosecution. Let's just focus on a number that we can manage and a number that we can prove.
Din, para lang din maintindihan ng mga manonood natin, yung pag-redact sa mga pangalan, bakit may mga pangalang nire-reveal, may mga pangalang nire-redact?
Yung redacted po ng mga pangalan, those are normally the victims. And that is for the privacy and security of the victims.
But then some were revealed. Bakit po? Ano kaya yung basis for choosing which ones to reveal?
Yung ni-reveal po, yun yung mga victims na publicly known na po yon. So for example, kung sabihin mo si Kian, so that's already publicly known. So there's nothing more to hide, no? Pero yung actual na witnesses, like who will testify about this particular killing, so yun po yung nire-redact because we're talking about actual people who will be taken to the Hague or, who will be testifying either through video link or whatever, means that the International Criminal Court will use, no? So, this is for yung reduction po nito, this is for their security and safety.
Dean, susunod na yung submission of merits ng counsel naman po ng victims. Ano po yung aabangan naman natin sa kanila?
Yung based on the opening arguments, so binigyan na po tayo ng roadmap, no? So yung magiging major core argument nila will be to distinguish yung rhetorics and the arguments. So sasabihin nila yung mga rhetorics na to, kahit na very harsh yung language, kahit na very incendiary yung language, pero still, para mga hyperbole lang to, these are just exaggerations, they were not really meant to be taken literally. So I think yun yung talagang magiging direction nila. But I don't think they will still be questioning whether the murders or whether the killings were actually committed. No. So they will just be focusing on the language and then they will be attacking yung question of attribution. Okay, so nagyari to, but can we really attribute it to the former President Duterte? So yun yung magiging attack nila.
Din, I think you're referring to the defense, ano? Pero ang kasunod po niyan, yung sa mga biktima naman, yung common legal representative of the victims. Kahapon po sa kanyang opening statement, si Attorney Joel Butuyan, isa ho sa mga binigyan diin niya ay yung kahalagahan that ICC acts on this. I mean, allows this to go to trial dahil it's the last boat, ika nga nila, for the voyage in search of justice. Bakit ho kaya ganun yung nagiging tema, yung tono ng abogado ng mga biktima?
Well, actually, I expected na talagang he would be going into the evidence, no? Kasi yung talagang role ng counsel for the victims is normally to assist the prosecution, like highlighting certain evidence na talagang may impact, na talagang may relation to in establishing the charges. So normally, yung participation ng counsel parang dapat talaga evidentiary. So hindi lang dapat talaga na parang rhetoric lang. Yes. Well, of course as an appeal, parang yung ginawa niya parang appeal lang to the International Criminal Court, appealing to them na talagang how important is the prosecution to them and the conviction to them, to the for the vindication of the victims and everything. So yun yung naging point niya.
At mahalaga rin po kayang
patunayan.
patunayan.
Actually focus on the evidence.
Yeah. Mahalaga rin po kayang patunayan nila na hindi kayang litisin ang mga kasong ito sa Pilipinas. Kaya sila dumudulog sa ICC.
Well, technically po kasi yung question about jurisdiction and admissibility technically po na settled na.
Yes.
So the court has already previously decided na it has jurisdiction and this case is admissible under the Rome Statute. So technically po wala na po yung it was already, those issues were already
dead-end argument
decided.
Na yan.
Well, although of course pwede pa rin pong erase ni Nicholas Kaufman yung mga issues na yon. And in fact they were parang at some point or I think at the beginning of his opening statements na he alluded to the fact na walang jurisdiction yung International Criminal Court na parang former President Duterte was just hold to the parang mga ganun. So pero yung point dito, yung tapos na yung question about admissibility and jurisdiction.
Dean, maraming salamat po for your insights. Pansamantala, magpapasalamat ka sa inyo dahil mukhang magpapatuloy na. Ay, hindi pa.
Sige pa.
Ay, wait. Hindi pa. Naka-standby lang. Anyway, inaasahan nga po natin yan, yung susunod na, yung lawyer for the victims. We're not sure kung si Attorney Joel Butuyan pa rin ang magsasalita, pero nandun din si Attorney Gilbert Andres for the victims.
Dean, baka meron pa po kayong gustong idagdag doon po sa mga takeaways ninyo, personal na tumatak po sa inyo.
Observations,
yes. Doon po sa prosecution presentation kanina.
Well, at least no, for sa mga law students no, so message ko lang talagang tutukan niyo tong kaso na to, and this is a big opportunity, and nakita niyo na yung possibility that we now have some Filipino lawyers on the international stage, no. So this broadens yung mga opportunities for Filipino lawyers na when you go to law school, hindi lang parang yung dream should not be limited only to domestic practice of law sa inyong mga lugar lang, but as we have seen here, talagang may area of international practice that is ripe na and fresh, ripe na for Philippine lawyers na to take advantage of. So yung international law, particularly international criminal law, so it's one thing na talagang dapat nilang and para maging magiging possible area of practice rin nila ultimately. And of course for mga human rights lawyers and lawyers involved in the protection of the victims, so I salute you for that, no. So yung participation nila dito, of course, is not easy, and so it's one thing, no. So ganito yon. So for mga new generation of law students, so watch out for this. So this broadens yung area of practice nyo. So this is something na talagang dapat tutukan nyo rin.
And after watching you tonight, marami hong gusto magpakadalubhasa niyan sa international law tulad ninyo. Babalikan po namin kayo. Dean,
Sige po.
Ralph Sarmiento, thank you, sir.
Samantala, hiniling ng defense panel ni dating Pangulong Duterte sa ICC Pre-Trial Chamber 1 na huwag dumalo sa pagdinig ng review of detention sa Biyernes. Sa sulat ni Duterte, sinabi niyang naipaliwanag ng kanyang abogado na kailangang magkaroon ng annual hearing para pag-aralan ang kanyang pagkakapiit. Nakatakda yan sa February 27. Pero hiniling ni Duterte na huwag nang dumalo. Hindi rin daw niya gustong sundan o i-monitor ang hearing mula sa labas ng courtroom sa pamamagitan ng teknolohiya.
Nagpapatuloy na ba? Mga kapuso, balikan po natin ang discussion muna tayo kasi yun nga, marami tayong kailangan pag-usapan. Very interesting yung sinasabi ni Dean Ralph Sarmiento tungkol sa pagpapanagot sa co-perpetrators.
Actually,
That's new dahil all the while iniisip natin na it's a matter of time bago habulin ng ICC itong mga co-perpetrators. But apparently, ang sinasabi ni Dean Ralph, hindi na pag-aaksaya ng panahon ng ICC ang mga, kumbaga, those in the lower tier of officials. Dahil ito na, hawak mo ng head of state, bakit mo pa pag-aaksaya ng panahon yung mga nasa baba?
Pero interesante rin kasi 'di ba, kung halimbawa hindi mo maipakita yung direktang correlation ni dating Pangulong Duterte dito sa mga EJ case, sa mga pagpatay, baka posibleng maikonnecta mo doon sa mas mabababa.
Correct.
Na merong direct hand doon sa mga pangyayari.
Paano nga ba? Ang sinasabi niya kasi yung hindi sapat yung inference lang eh. Halimbawa, ang sinabi kanina, mula nung inutos ng dating Pangulo ito, nangyari ito. Pero hindi raw sapat yung ganyan. Kailangan mas malinaw na maiugnay na ang mga pagpatay na ito ay dahil sa utos ng dating Pangulo.
At sinabi din ni Dean Sarmiento kanina na hindi sapat yung bugso ng emosyon. Kasi 'di ba, lalo pag napapanood mo yung mga video ni dating Pangulong Duterte na magkakasunod, na magkakatahi,
Yes.
parang medyo may appeal to emotion talaga siya eh. Pero ang sabi nga ni Dean Sarmiento ay hindi ito yung tinitingnan ng ICC judges, kundi yung talagang hard facts lang, yung ebidensya lang, hindi yung kung ano man yung nararamdaman mo pag napanood mo itong mga videong ito.
But then again, wag ho tayong maliligaw dun sa layunin, yung objective nitong ginagawang confirmation of charges hearing. Ito po, ang inaalam lamang ay kung sapat ba ang basihan para dalhin sa paglilitis ang dating Pangulo. So hindi pa tayo sa
Mismong paglilitis.
sa guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Samantala, ito na po, nagpapatuloy na. File. Akala ko, na-excite ako. Akala ko live na yung pagpasok ng
Naka-break pa rin.
mga judges ng pre-trial Chamber 1 na magpapatuloy na sila. Sa mga feedback sa social media kanina nakita na. Ito, live na to. Okay, nagpapatuloy na po ang confirmation of charges hearing sa ICC. Panoorin natin.
The floor to the prosecutor. Please proceed. Please continue with your presentation.
President, Your Honours. My name is Robin Croft, and I will address two topics today. First, I will present on the contextual elements of crimes against humanity. And second, I will set out some of the prosecution's evidence on Mr. Duterte's individual criminal responsibility for the crimes alleged in this case. Turning first then to the contextual elements. Your Honours, the contextual elements of crimes against humanity are established in this case because, first, there was an attack against the civilian population in the Philippines. The attack targeted civilians alleged to be involved in drug-related crimes and other forms of criminality. The Rome Statute crimes alleged in this case formed part of that attack. Second, the attack was widespread and systematic. And third, the attack was carried out pursuant to, or in furtherance of, a state or organisational policy. This policy was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines through violent crimes, including murder. The evidence establishing the contextual elements are set out in paragraphs 71 to 86 of our pre-confirmation brief. In relation to the requirement of an attack, our case is that from at least the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019, the Davao Death Squad, or DDS, and/or the National Network carried out an attack which targeted civilians alleged to be criminals. Your Honours have heard from my colleagues how from 2011 until 2016, the attack was concentrated in Davao City. Then, in 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, he and his co-perpetrators expanded the attack nationwide. They used the national network to do this, which, as Mr. Jeremy has explained, was comprised of state actors, such as law enforcement personnel, as well as non-police assets and hitmen. Your Honours, the locations of the murders contained in counts 1 to 3 of our document containing the charges are indicated on the map on your screens. They include 76 murders, which themselves satisfy the threshold of multiple acts making up a course of conduct. However, as Mr. Nichols has noted, the crimes in count 1 to 3 are representative and emblematic of a larger killing campaign. And the prosecution relies on a range of evidence to establish that the attack was made up of thousands of killings and other violent crimes under Article 7.1. This evidence includes datasets and the statements of documentation actors, the evidence of insider witnesses, expert analysis, and the admissions of Philippine state agencies in their public reporting. I will take your honours through some of this evidence now. During Mr. Duterte's mayoral period, hundreds of civilians alleged to be criminals were killed in Davao City. On your screens is a chart with data on extrajudicial killings in Davao based on public reporting. The data is recorded at tab 116. It shows that between 2012 and 2015, there are at least 274 extrajudicial killings in Davao City. This data is corroborated by DDS insider witnesses. Several DDS witnesses say that they each killed hundreds of alleged criminals while with the DDS. Your Honours can see on this slide quotes from one DDS witness. They estimate that, I quote, between 1,500 and 2,000 people, end quote, are buried at Laud Quarry. The quarry was only one of several places that the DDS dumped bodies in and around Davao. That's at tab 37. This witness said that they personally killed hundreds of people. They described their job as with the DDS as being, quote, just to kill small criminals, petty criminals,
Out of the almost 300 people that I have killed, I never actually got to kill a drug lord. End quote. That's at tab 34. This witness's words make it clear that the target of the attack was people alleged to be criminals in Davao. Your Honours, another DDS witness who also killed hundreds of people said that the DDS targeted, I quote, suspected criminals in Davao City, including shabu users and pushers, end quote. That's at tab 58. Your Honours, as you have heard previously, Mr Duterte has himself publicly admitted that he killed around 1,700 people while he was mayor of Davao City. I quote, "They say I killed 700, they undercounted. Around 1,700, end quote. That's at tabs 10, 10.1, 10.2. This evidence, the data collected by independent organisations, the statements of insiders on the hundreds of people that they have each killed, and Mr Duterte's own admission of having killed 1,700 people while mayor of Davao, all show that the attack was widespread in the mayoral period. And the attack continued to be widespread after Mr Duterte became president, when it expanded across the country. The victimisation expanded, with the hundreds killed during the mayoral period becoming thousands in the presidential period. Your Honours can see a map of the Philippines on the slide. The colours which will emerge show the locations and density of the killings in the anti-illegal drug campaign. Purple dots indicate an area with 1 to 10 killings, while yellow indicates 500 killings. This is how the killings progressed throughout the presidential period. Your Honours, this map is based on data collected by an independent organisation which recorded at least 5,823 anti-drug killings during the presidential period. This data is recorded at tab 104. The data shows that the attack during the presidential period was widespread. As Your Honours can see from the map, it occurred across the country. It occurred over multiple years, and thousands of civilians were killed. Mr Duterte's administration effectively admitted to the large volume of the attack. They admitted that thousands of individuals were killed in anti-drug operations while Mr Duterte was president. For example, in the Duterte administration's 2017 year-end report, which you can see on your screens, the administration admitted that 3,967 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first year and a half of Mr Duterte's presidency. That's at tab 106. Similarly, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA, admitted that 5,281 drug personalities died in anti-drug operations in the first 2.5 years of Mr Duterte's presidency. This is at tab 98. These admissions corroborate the widespread nature of the attack. They show that thousands of individuals were killed. Your Honours, in addition to being widespread, the attack was also systematic from its origins and throughout the charge period. The features of DDS operations demonstrate this systematicity during the mayoral period. And these features can be found in our brief at paragraphs 35 to 36 and 88 to 98. Insider witnesses described how time and time again, killing operations followed the system set out on the screen. The same hierarchical structure was followed. As Mr Nichols explained, the orders flowed from Mr Duterte at the top, through a combination of other co-perpetrators, to the handler of the relevant DDS team, and finally to the physical perpetrators at the bottom. The DDS teams composed of police and non-police assets and hitmen who carried out the killings. The features of the killings were also often markedly similar. the identity or whereabouts of the victim was provided to the DDS by an informant. The perpetrators would frequently arrive to or flee the crime scene by motorcycle. They shot or stabbed their victims at close range. The victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. And the DDS received a sum of reward money for each kill. When the attack expanded during the presidential period, it continued to be systematic because it remained highly organised, planned, and coordinated. Similar systems to the one I've just described in Davao were deployed during Mr. Duterte's presidency to implement the killings. Your Honours can see some of those features listed on your screens. As in Davao, victims were targeted on the basis that they were alleged to be drug users, pushers, or other criminals. The process for killing the targets was often markedly similar. First, the victims were identified by state actors as targets and listed. As Mr. Jeremy has outlined, high-value targets were often listed on the PRRD list. The targets of barangay clearance operations were often listed on local drug lists, such as local police station lists. Second, targets were killed in the context of so-called law enforcement operations. Police often tried to legitimise the operations, so they would stage a nan-laban or fight-back scenario to make them appear to have been in self-defence. They would also plant evidence, such as drugs and guns, on the victims' bodies. And third, as in Davao, police and those working with them were often paid reward money per kill. Your Honours, these killings were not random or coincidental. Quite the opposite. Targets were pre-identified, listed, and then subject to operations based on that list. This clearly demonstrates the systematicity of the attack. Your Honours, the last point I would like to make about the attack relates to the evidence of an expert witness who specialises in political violence in the Philippines. This expert analysed data relating to armed encounters between the PNP and supposedly armed suspects. He compared data from before Mr. Duterte's presidency to during. And based on this comparison, he found that in the first 25 months of Mr. Duterte's presidency, the number of suspects killed by police increased by 590% across the Philippines. And that finding is at tab 68. Your Honours have heard Mr. Jeremy speak about Bulacan, a province immediately north of Metro Manila, where Mr. Duterte praised the killing of 32 civilians in police operations in 24 hours. The expert witness found that in Bulacan, police killings rose by 1,600% when Mr. Duterte became president, and that's at tab 121. The expert also compared data on Bulacan Police's use of deadly force to other countries and cities across the world. He used the metric of police killings per 100,000 population. The chart on your screens shows this comparison, which is at tab 121 again. The data on Bulacan is orange, while other countries and cities are blue. The orange bar on the left shows police use of deadly force in Bulacan before Mr. Duterte became president. You can see that with a fatality rate of over 1, it was already comparatively high. The orange bar on the right shows the dramatic increase in killings in Bulacan by police after Mr. Duterte became president. The expert concluded that, quote, "The only plausible explanation for such an extreme ratio is a widespread policy of extrajudicial executions," end quote. That's also tab 121. Your Honours, this leads us to the policy requirement for crimes against humanity in Article 7. Your Honours, the attack in this case was carried out pursuant to a policy to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes, including murder. The policy was also known as the Davao Formula or Model. Your Honours have heard about the origins of the policy in Davao City and how it was implemented by the local executive government. Mr. Nichols explained how Mr. Duterte, when Mayor of Davao City, established the Davao Death Squad to carry out the policy and kill criminals. The evidence establishing the state or organisational policy in this case is set out at paragraphs 77 to 84 of our brief. As the policy and the common plan were both to neutralise alleged criminals via violent crimes, there is some overlap between the evidence on each. I will set out some of that evidence now while discussing the policy, and then some later while discussing the common plan. The evidence includes Mr. Duterte's many public statements and speeches outlining the policy. It also includes the Command Memorandum Circular, which Mr. Jeremy mentioned earlier, witness accounts, speeches and statements by other co-perpetrators, the high level of coordination between state actors. Sorry, Your Honours. I will start with Mr. Duterte's own speeches. Your Honours, Mr. Duterte made no secret of the policy, as is shown by the references in our brief to his many speeches outlining the policy. He made these speeches as Mayor of Davao, as a presidential candidate, and then as President of the Philippines. One example of a speech that Mr. Duterte made as Mayor was at a meeting on peace and order in Davao in October 2015. And that is tab 13. Thank you.
48 hours yung mga nagdi-distribute ng droga sa Boulevard. Giving you 48 hours. Pag nakita ko kayo, papatayin ko kayo dito.
These are Mr. Duterte's own words. I quote, "I will kill you. That's the only formula that worked in my city." End quote. That is tab 133.
Prangka-prangkahan talaga. I will kill you. Kayong na mayor ako ngayon, presidente, yun din ang, that's the only formula that worked in my city.
Your Honours will recall that yesterday, Mr. Nichols played a series of Mr. Duterte's presidential campaign speeches. I want to take a moment to reflect on some of the key features of those speeches, which are at tabs 8, 12 and 14. First, Mr. Duterte frequently said that if elected as president, he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines in 3 to 6 months. He frequently referenced his experience in Davao, where he admitted that he had killed criminals. He said that if elected, he would order the military and police to do the same nationwide. And he expressly stated that this would entail killing. Your Honours, Mr. Duterte's speeches make it clear that there was a policy to neutralise alleged criminals by violent means, including murder. And Mr. Duterte was not the only member of the Common Plan who disseminated the policy through public speeches and statements. In this video at tab 9, co-perpetrator Mr. De La Rosa addresses a crowd of self-confessed drug addicts in Bacolod City and urges them to kill drug lords and burn their houses.
But on Thursday, National Police Chief Ronald De La Rosa's rhetorics were far from toned down, as he told hundreds of self-confessed drug users and pushers in Bacolod City to kill drug lords.
Mr. De La Rosa made this speech on the 25th of August 2016. At the time, he was the chief of the Philippine National Police. Your Honours, the existence of the policy is also shown by the police directive which Mr. Jeremy spoke about earlier, Command Memorandum Circular number 16 of 2016. This is at tab 112. As Your Honours have heard, the day after Mr. Duterte became president, he appointed his longtime friend and colleague from Davao, his co-perpetrator, Mr. Ronald De La Rosa, as chief of the Philippine National Police. On the same day, Mr. De La Rosa formalised the anti-drugs component of the policy by issuing this directive to the 180,000 police officers under his command. The circular directed police to pursue the neutralisation of illegal drug personalities. As Mr. Jeremy has outlined, the evidence shows that within law enforcement, neutralise meant and was understood as meaning to kill. Your Honours, the Command Memorandum Circular shows there was a policy to neutralise through violent crimes such as murder. I will now turn to part 2 of my presentation on Mr. Duterte's individual criminal responsibility. The prosecution's evidence on this is set out at paragraphs 5 to 70 of our brief. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte indirectly co-perpetrated the crimes, ordered and/or induced the crimes, and/or aided and abetted the crimes. Today, in the interest of time, I will focus on indirect co-perpetration, and we rely on our brief for the other modes of liability. Your Honours, Mr. Duterte is an indirect co-perpetrator of the alleged crimes because, first, he agreed to a common plan to neutralise alleged criminals. Second, he and his fellow co-perpetrators jointly controlled a structure of power, namely the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, which they used to pursue the common plan. Third, Mr. Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the common plan. And fourth, he did this with the requisite intent. Your Honours can see on your screens an excerpt from paragraph 4 of our document containing the charges. This sets out the scope of the common plan. The plan was to neutralise alleged criminals in the Philippines, including those perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale or production through violent crimes, including murder. As Mr. Nichols has explained, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators agreed to this plan in Davao City. Photos of the co-perpetrators in Davao City are displayed on your screens. They're a combination of trusted police officers, an individual from Mr. Duterte's mayoral office, an officer from the National Bureau of Investigation in Davao Region, and a lawyer who acted on behalf of certain members of the Davao Death Squad. In 2016, when Mr. Duterte became president, the members of the common plan remained largely the same. They were joined by a further 2 individuals, a senior police officer and a long-time colleague of the group from Davao City, who had worked with the DDS before the jurisdictional period. I will take your honours through some of the evidence which shows both the scope of the common plan and the co-perpetrators' agreement to it. In the interest of time, I will address some co-perpetrators and we rely on our brief for the rest. That's at paragraphs 9 to 23 of our brief. On your screens is a photograph of Mr. Ronald De La Rosa. When Mr. De La Rosa was Davao City Police Chief, he developed Tokhang operations. As your honours have heard from Mr. Jeremy, Tokhang was a blueprint for police to implement killings later in the presidential period. When he was announced as Mr. Duterte's chosen PMP chief in May 2016, Mr. De La Rosa gave this interview, which is at tab 101. It shows that he wholeheartedly agreed to the common plan.
Patayan sa drugs. Patayan talaga ito sa drugs. Kayong mga drug lord dyan, humanda na kayo at talagang sasagasaan ko kayo.
On this slide is a photo of Isidro La Peña. Like Mr. De La Rosa, Mr. La Peña was well known to Mr. Duterte because he too had worked as Davao City Police Chief. In his case, from 1996 until 1998. In 2016, Mr. Duterte appointed Mr. La Peña as Director General of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, or PDEA. PDEA is the lead anti-drug enforcement agency in the Philippines. 2 days after Mr. La Peña took his oath, he gave a speech to his PDEA subordinates. There is an excerpt from that speech on the slide. Quote, "Under then Mayor, we implemented strict law enforcement against illegal drug activities in Davao City. The President wants to replicate and expand what is being done in Davao. And that is precisely what I intend to do." End quote. That's tab 101. Also like Mr. De La Rosa, Vicente Danao was Davao City Police Chief during the mayoral period, in his case from 2013 to 2016. In November 2018, he was appointed Police Chief of Manila Police District, and he told reporters, quote, "If I discover anyone involved in drugs, especially those who distribute or just throw them around, son of a bitch, I will go after you, goddamn. I will kill you. Blatantly, I am saying that. Sons of bitches." End quote. That's tab 96. When Mr. Duterte became president, he appointed Vitaliano Aguirre II as Secretary of Justice. Mr. Aguirre has also publicly acknowledged the common plan and his agreement to it as a member of Mr. Duterte's administration.
Well, which do you want? We build first. Do we build the prison facilities first, or do we go against these people? Choose. If you're in the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords.
Quote, "In the Philippines, we will choose to kill these drug lords." End quote. That's tab 125. Your Honours, these speeches of co-perpetrators show both the scope of the common plan and those co-perpetrators' agreement to it. Your Honours, the next element of indirect co-perpetration is control of a structure of power. In the mayoral period, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators controlled the DDS, which they used to pursue the common plan. There is a diagram of the DDS hierarchy on your screens. As the Mayor of Davao City, Mr. Duterte sat at the apex of the formal and city structures. The law gave him formal operational, supervision and control over the police in Davao City. In addition to this de jure power, insider witnesses spoke about his de facto power over police and the DDS structure. Under Mr. Duterte were a combination of co-perpetrators from the Davao City Police Office and the Mayor's Office. Together with Mr. Duterte, they controlled the DDS teams beneath them. They controlled the will of the DDS perpetrators through a range of mechanisms. And these are set out in paragraph 38 of our brief and include threats to kill and actual killing. To illustrate this control, there are quotes from one witness on your screen. This witness said that when he was first told to kill, he did not want to. But, I quote, "I felt like I didn't have any other choice but to follow their orders. Duterte is the most powerful person in Davao City, and you had to do what he wanted. It wasn't possible not to not obey his command." End quote. This is tab 51. When Mr. Duterte became president, the co-perpetrators continued to control a structure of power. One of the first things that Mr. Duterte did with his new presidential powers was to appoint his co-perpetrators from Davao to national positions in government and law enforcement, which were key to the common plan. And after he appointed Mr. De La Rosa as chief of the PMP, Mr. De La Rosa used his new powers to move other police co-perpetrators into key policing roles. These new appointments expanded the geographic powers of the co-perpetrators and allowed them to create a larger network of individuals they controlled. Your Honours can see that structure of power on the chart on your screens. The co-perpetrators controlled the executive, they controlled the police, they controlled the Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Justice. And they used this control to ensure that their subordinates carried out the plan to neutralise alleged criminals through violent crimes. For example, as PMP chief, Mr. De La Rosa now controlled some 180,000 police officers, who, as you have heard, he directed to neutralise drug personalities. Mr. La Peña now controlled 1,800 Philippine drug enforcement personnel. They used these subordinates as physical perpetrators to commit the crimes. Mr. Aguirre, as Secretary of Justice, now had control of the National Prosecution Service. He used this control to ensure that, except for a handful of low-level perpetrators in notorious cases, the crimes were not prosecuted, and a climate of impunity prevailed. And the co-perpetrators controlled the will of the physical perpetrators. As in Davao City, low-level members of the national network risked losing their jobs or being killed if they did not comply. For example, Your Honours can see the evidence of a police insider on your screens. He said that if his boss did not kill enough people during police operations, he would lose his post and be replaced. I quote, "We were told that there should be 5 to 10 deaths per month. The regional director called him and told him that if there were no deaths or no recorded killings, then he would be relieved of his duty." End quote. That's tab 124. Now on your screens is the evidence of an individual who police suspected of involvement in drugs. He surrendered to police to avoid being killed. The police held his status as an alleged drug pusher against him and recruited him as an asset. They made him kill other civilians who were alleged to be involved with drugs. He said, quote, "I surrendered myself to them. I knew that they wanted to kill me, so I became an asset of theirs." End quote. That's at tab 22. Your Honours, I will now turn to the requirement of an essential contribution. Mr. Duterte made an essential contribution to the crimes within the framework of the Common Plan. And the prosecution has set out 10 of Mr. Duterte's contributions in our brief at paragraphs 44 to 58. Many of these have been discussed in the prosecution's presentations. For example, Mr. Nichols spoke about how Mr. Duterte designed and disseminated the policy in this case, which is point A on the slide. He also spoke about point B, how Mr. Duterte established and oversaw the DDS. I have just addressed point E, on the appointment of key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. Mr. Jeremy has spoken about point J, how Mr. Duterte publicly named so-called high-value targets who were then killed. And all members of the prosecution have touched upon point H, Mr. Duterte's public statements authorising, condoning and encouraging killing. Your Honours, without Mr. Duterte's essential contribution, the crimes in this case would not have been committed, or they would have been committed in a significantly different way. We can see this in the evidence of low-level members of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network, who said that Mr. Duterte's conduct had a causal effect on their perpetration of the crimes. You can see on the screens, one low-level perpetrator during the mayoral period said, I quote, "I was confident to continue killing people because anyway, we wouldn't be arrested for that," end quote. That's tab 38. A low-level police perpetrator during the presidential period was asked about the impact Mr. Duterte's public speeches had on his team, including when deciding to kill someone. He responded, quote, "It did have an effect on me because it's like I was saying to myself, well, even the president, he himself is ready to do something like this, and who am I?" End quote. That's tab 142. A senior police officer during the presidential period was asked why his police unit started killing in July 2016. He responded, I quote, "Because of the directive of the president," end quote. That's tab 120. Your Honours, from everything you have heard over the past 2 days, there can be no doubt about Mr. Duterte's knowledge and intent. Mr. Duterte meant to engage in the conduct that has been charged in this case. He intended that the crimes would be committed, and he was aware that they would be committed as a result of implementing the Common Plan. Mr. Duterte knew about the fundamental features of the Davao Death Squad and the National Network that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the physical perpetrators. And he was aware of the factual circumstances that enabled the co-perpetrators to control the crimes. Mr. Duterte knew because he himself established the DDS to kill people. He repeatedly broadcast his intention to implement the Common Plan nationally if elected president. He made it clear that this would involve killing. Once he was president, he moved his trusted co-perpetrators from Davao into key national positions. And as the number of killings rose, Mr. Duterte persisted with the Common Plan. He praised the 32 killings in a one-time big-time operation in Bulacan. He publicly named so-called high-value targets. He promised to protect police. And as Your Honours have heard, Mr. Duterte has admitted to many of these things. Your Honours, I will conclude my presentation by recalling 2 items. The first is Mr. Duterte's presidential campaign promise that he would stop drugs and crime in the Philippines within 3 to 6 months. And the second is the spread of killings during the first 6 months of Mr. Duterte's presidency.
I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months.
That concludes the prosecution's submissions on the merits. Thank you, Your Honours.
Josh Motach, thank you very much. Am I to understand that you have finished with the presentations on the merits?
Good afternoon, Madam President, Your Honors. Yes, that is correct.
You know that you still have some time, right?
Yes, but we've hopefully been efficient, and we have finished now. Thank you.
Now, I'll give the floor to the legal representatives of the victims for their submissions on the merits. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Our presentation shall be in 2 parts. I will start with my presentation, and my colleague Andres will conclude later on. And just to be sure, I have 30 minutes. Is that correct? Answer correct. Thank you.
Madam President, Your Honors, we speak today on behalf of thousands of victims and surviving families who have suffered immeasurable harm under the so-called anti-drug campaign conducted during the administration of a suspect, former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. We speak for families who cannot be here, mothers who buried their sons, children who lost their parents, the spouses who now raise families alone, and communities that have lived for years under fear and silence, and that continue to bear the consequences of violence that swept through their neighborhoods like a storm. These victims appear today before you not as mere statistics or distant figures or images in report as pictured yesterday by the defense, but as human beings whose rights under the Rome Statute have been violated in the most profound ways. These proceedings relate to what has been labeled the Duterte's war on drugs and Duterte's bloody war on drugs. However, the campaign, as I will refer to it during my presentation, was less about combating the drug trade itself and more about policing poverty and social inequality. As the evidence on the record unequivocally shows, individuals targeted by Mr. Duterte anti-drug operations overwhelmingly came from impoverished communities where social mobility is limited and opportunities are scarce. Drug use, particularly methamphetamine, locally known as shabu, is often more prevalent in such low-income settings where people may turn to substances as a coping mechanism for their harsh living conditions. In these communities, structural conditions, including the absence of adequate mental health services, limited access to quality education, scarce employment opportunities, and the chronic stress associated with poverty, create an environment in which substance use is more likely to emerge. Therefore, patterns of drug use do not arise in a vacuum. They reflect deeper systemic inequalities and long-standing patterns of socio-economic marginalization. The campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized,
especially in urban informal settlements marked by high levels of poverty. While the rhetoric of war focused on eradicating drug dealers and users, it was the most vulnerable members of society, those with the least power and resources, were caught in the crossfire. A significant number of the ones killed had little or no criminal history and were often accused of minor drug-related conduct or perceived drug use by the authorities. These were people living in poverty, were treated as expendable by a system that failed to prioritize their protection and to address the structural conditions underlying their struggles. Rather than addressing the root causes of drug addiction, such as poverty, lack of education, unemployment, and inequality, the Duterte administration framed the issue as a criminal one, focusing on punitive enforcement over social responses. Mr. Duterte's response was a selective, violent crackdown of the most vulnerable, recasting conditions of marginalizations as grounds for criminal targeting, rather as manifestations of social injustice. Framed on its face as a campaign against illegal drugs, it in reality reflected broader social political dynamics, including the targeting of marginalized communities, the use of state violence, and the deflection of attention from deeper structural problems. Mr. Duterte is charged under Article 7(1)(a of the Rome Statute with the crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder allegedly committed between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019 in or around Davao City during the period in which he was mayor of the town, and across the Republic of the Philippines during his term as president of the country. The prosecution presented ample evidence showing that each of the contextual elements of crimes against humanity is satisfied at the required threshold for confirming the charges. During the period covered by the charges, the Davao Death Squad and the national network created by Mr. Duterte to commit the crimes carried out an attack against the civilian population within the meaning of Article 7(2)(a of the statute, as reflected in a course of conduct involving the commission of multiple murders and attempted murders. The victims' accounts of events corroborate the prosecution evidence and show that the crimes they suffered were not spontaneous or isolated acts of violence, but rather a planned, directed, and organized attack against them. The attack was massive, carried out collectively with considerable seriousness, and directed against a multiplicity of civilians. The victims were all civilians. The repeated lethal operations were conducted in residential and other civilian settings. As already indicated, the victims largely came from marginalized communities, were suspected by the authorities of involvement in criminal, often drug-related activities, and together with their families, they were targeted in their homes and neighborhoods. The attack was widespread and systematic, and we refer, Your Honor, to Annex D and E of the prosecution pre-trial brief. The attack was widespread because of its large-scale nature and the number of victims. In this regard, the number of victims affected by the events within the charges is one of the most relevant factors to be taken into consideration for the purpose of determining under the chapeau of Article 7(1) of the statute whether the attack was widespread or systematic. The broad geographical spread of the victimization combined with a significant number of victims, confirm the wide scope of the attack. As the prosecution has made clear yesterday and today, the instances of murders and attempted murders in the document containing the charges and in the pre-trial brief are simply illustrative of a much broader pattern of victimization. In fact, the actual scale of victimization extends well beyond the 49 incidents affecting 78 victims presented by the prosecution. The prosecution itself referred to thousands of civilians murdered. And we recall here the content of paragraph 73 of the prosecution pre-trial brief, as well as the remarks by Ms. Croft just 15-20 minutes ago. As reported by Human Rights Watch in a report published in 2022, since 2016, the Philippine police have admitted its involvement in the death of more than 6,200 people in drug raids across the country. In a 2020 report, the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights reported 8,663 deaths occurred in the drug war. The Human Rights Commission of the Philippines and domestic human rights group report death tolls that are 2 to 3 times higher than the UN figure. The attack was also systematic, well-planned, and well-executed, following a standard modus operandi. In many cases, it began with an individual receiving a visit or a phone call from an official from the local barangay, informing them that they were on a drug watch list drawn up by barangay officials and the police. In practice, these visits function less as warnings than as a means of confirming the identity and whereabouts of the intended target. As one victim reported, I quote, "A barangay official told my husband to surrender to the police because he was on the watch list as a drug user. He had given up drug use months earlier, so did not go. 2 weeks later, 3 armed masked men wearing bulletproof vests arrived at our home in Manila and handcuffed him. I could hear my husband begging for his life from outside the room. We were crying, and the other armed men threatened to kill us as well. Moments later, my husband was shot dead." End of quote. Survivors, relatives, and neighbors consistently recount that armed men typically work in groups of 2, 4, or a dozen. They wore either police uniform or civilian clothes, often all black, with their face concealed by balaclava-style headgear, masks, baseball caps, or helmets. They carried handguns. As one victim explained, and I quote, "On 6 June 2017, at about 9:45 in the evening, I was at home with my husband, and our children were sleeping upstairs. 4 unidentified men wearing helmets and bonnets arrived at home looking for my husband. They broke down the front door. I started begging them to spare the life of my husband. The men pushed me away. My husband was shot in the chest and fell face down. While lying face down, he was shot 5 more times in the nape and head. The children woke up terrified because of the gunshots." End of quote. Attackers frequently travel by motorcycle, typically with 2 individuals on a single bike. often a van, invariably white or black, and at times bearing markings associated with police vehicles was also present. They banged on doors and barged into rooms. The attackers did not identify themselves or provide warrants. Family members report hearing beatings and their loved ones begging for their lives. And I quote again from the recollection of one of the victims. 5 masked armed men broke into our house in Bulacan province where my father was playing cards. We could see him kneeling in a surrendering position. The men grabbed him and slammed him into a concrete wall several times. And then, just they throw him outside. We saw the shooting. We were just there. My father's face was bleeding from being hit, and he was begging them for mercy when he was shot. End of quote. Another victim explained, quote, my father collapsed to the floor but still tried to move, begging for his life. Yet the man continued shooting him. I couldn't count how many times I was so afraid. We also heard successive gunshots from outside. Later we found that also 2 of our neighbors were killed. End of quote. The shooting could happen immediately, behind closed doors or in the street, or the victims would be taken away by the gunman only for shots to be heard minutes later and the body to be discovered by local residents. At times, bodies were dumped elsewhere, sometimes with hands tied or heads wrapped in plastic. Relatives typically found them after being alerted by policemen or by the neighbors. A victim recalled, quote, 6 masked armed men broke into the house where a small group, including several teenagers, were watching television. The men arrested and beat 2 young boys they believed were drug suspects and then took them away on motorcycles. A half hour later, after hearing from a uniformed policeman, we, referring to the relatives, rushed to a nearby bridge to find their bodies, both with gunshot wounds to the head, their hands tied with cloth. The gunmen were still at the scene, while uniformed police cordoned off the area. Another victim recounted, quote, a week after his brother was killed, 10 police officers, some in civilian clothes, arrested my other son and took him to the local barangay office. That evening, masked armed men abducted him from the barangay office. Shortly afterwards, his body was found under a bridge a block away. When we found him, we saw that his entire head had been wrapped in packing tape and his hands had been tied behind his back. He had been shot execution style through the mouth. End of quote. And another one, quote, the body seemed like it was just thrown out. The nails were removed, one eyeball was missing, stuffed by cotton. End of quote. Relatives and witnesses often saw uniformed police in the immediate surroundings of the incident securing the perimeter. Special crime scene investigators typically arrived within minutes. In numerous cases, an unregistered 38 or 45 caliber gun and a packet of shabu were found placed beside the body. And instead of fleeing from the police, the gunman would mingle with them. as one of the victims described, I quote, "On 7 June 2018 in the morning, I was at home where I saw my son coming back from his work on the opposite side of the street. Suddenly, I saw 8 policemen, 3 in uniform and 3 in civilian clothes. 2 of them crossed the street. They took my son and banged his head against the wall. They accused him of selling shabu. He denied. He was then taken to the door of the house. He was shouting, 'Mama, help me!' I took a piece of wood and hit one policeman. Suddenly, one policeman pointed the gun against my son. He shot twice, at the head and at the chest. While in shock, I saw one police officer placing 4 packets of shabu and a gun around the body of my son." End of quote. The same account of another victim who simply recalled, "After the shooting of my son, who was only 19, uniformed police showed me his body in the house and a 45 caliber handgun next to his body. I told them that my son could not afford and did not possess a gun, and therefore could not possibly have attempted to shoot at the police. I said he cannot even pay the rent. His sister paid the rent for him." End of quote. On occasions, victims were still alive when found by the relatives and taken to the hospital, where they later succumbed to their injuries. Survivors recount the terror and enduring feeling of still being hunted as follows, and I quote, "In September 2016, a police officer pretending to be a commuter boarded my tricycle. He asked me to pass by the police station. There, I was stopped by a group of men who turned to be police officers. I was taken to the precinct, beaten, and forced to reveal the identity of drug pushers. I didn't know. Later that evening, I was taken to a dark place and shot multiple times. Despite the injuries, I managed to escape and save my life. I still have the consequence of the injuries, and I feel deep sadness, anger, and fear of being caught again." End of quote. Another survivor explained, quote, "They killed my 4 friends kneeling and defenseless. I heard a barrage of gunshots, voices, and one officer saying, 'Let it be. Let's say they fought back and let's leave the evidence.' I lay next to one of my friends pretending to be dead. When the armed officer left, I crowded out of the room and headed towards the edge of a ravine. Holding my chest with one hand to stop the bleeding, I slid downwards and fell to the creek bed. I crossed it, climbed the hill on the other side, and walked toward the highway. There, I encountered someone I knew and desperately begged for help." End of quote. Although the charges concern only the crimes of murder and attempted murder, victims' accounts also reveal widespread acts of torture, ill treatment, and rape. Young people were particularly exposed to torture and cruel and inhuman treatments, including unlawful arrest. A number of victims participating in these proceedings were minor when they were attempted to be killed, and a number of victims participating in the proceedings recount the killing of their nephew, son, cousin, who was under 18 at the age of killing. And this morning, Mr. Jeremy provided the example of Kian de los Santos, who was 17 at the time of his killing. Reported forms of torture include beating, kicking, slapping, blows to the head, electrocution, and death threats. On several occasions, law enforcement officials used arrests, inclusion in the drug watch list, and drug-related accusations as a tool of coercion to perpetrate rape and other forms of sexual violence. In September 2018, a young boy was taken by the police and brought to the precinct. His mother recounted, I quote, "At the precinct, he was repeatedly coerced into confessing a crime he was accused of. If you don't admit, your life will be the price," they threatened him. When he refused to confess, he was beaten with a gun and electrocuted. On the night of 16 September 2018, between 9 and 10, I received a phone call from my cousin urging me to go in a certain location in Manila. What I saw was a nightmare. My son had been discarded like an animal, his lifeless body lying on the boulevard, abandoned like a fish by the roadside. I rushed to the scene, but I was blocked by the police. I was not even allowed to touch or embrace my son's body. Even in death, my son was not treated with dignity. It was like they just threw my son out like a pig. I finally found him at the funeral home, where I had to pay to recover the body. I had nothing. I was bargaining as if I were buying fish. In the end, I paid approximately 45,000 pesos to take my son's body for burial. Now I wonder, will justice ever be served?
Excuse me, counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Official police reports of these incidents invariably invoked self-defense to justify the killings, despite eyewitness accounts that portray the killings as cold-blooded murders of unarmed individuals. To bolster their claims, the police routinely planted guns, spent ammunition, and drug packets beside the bodies. While these official accounts contrasted markedly with the ones provided by the relatives, they were notably consistent among themselves, typically characterized the incidents as by-bust anti-drug operation, differing little besides the names, places, and dates. The victim was invariably described as a dealer who attempted to sell to undercover officers conducting a buy-bust operation. Specialized local anti-drug units, called Station Anti-Illegal Drug Special Operation Task Units, were usually involved. According to the reports, the victim, after being put under arrest, often uncuffed, allegedly pulled out a weapon and sought to shoot the police. In every case, the victim was killed, and none of the arresting officers were armed. In most cases, the police reporting having found shabu on or near the victim's corpse, and sometimes a gun. Often, after the killing, the bodies of the victims were brought directly to the funeral parlors. Families then had to start their calvary to find the body of their loved ones, and they had to pay high fees to retrieve the bodies. R/50082/25 had to sell the house to be able to pay for her brother's funeral and burial. Sometimes the bodies were instead left on the street or thrown into the water in a plastic bag. I believe it's a good time to stop for the flow of the speech. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Merci beaucoup, Maître.
Thank you very much, Ms. Masida. The hearing is now suspended and we shall resume at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
At mga kapuso, yan po ikalawang sesyon ngayong araw sa ICC Confirmation of Charges hearing sa kaso ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, ang huling bahagi ng submissions on the merits ng prosekusyon at ang unang bahagi naman para sa common legal representatives of the victims. At kasama na po natin ngayon, Pierre Canghel. Welcome back, partner.
Thank you, partner. At magandang gabi sa iyo at magandang gabi rin siyempre sa inyong mga kapuso. Maraming salamat sa muling pagsama sa amin hanggang sa mga sandaling ito. At siyempre, kasama pa rin natin ngayon si Dean Ralph Sarmiento. Magandang gabi po sa inyo, Dean.
Magandang gabi po.
Nako, Dean, diretso na po tayo dun sa naging ikalawang bahagi ng sesyon. Narinig na po natin sa unang pagkakataon yung common representatives, yung CLRV, Common Legal Representatives of the Victims. At talagang parang inisa-isa nila no, yung mga kwento, yung mga naging karanasan ng mga biktima. Hindi lang ng mga kaanak ng
Eyewitness
mga
accounts,
biktima, pati na rin yung mga survivors na nabanggit nila. Dean, eto pa yung inasahan ninyo na marinig as part of yung submission of merits nila.
Opo, no? So, as expected, yung focus ng representative for the victims will be to focus on the experience of the victims and to highlight their fight against this culture of impunity. So, expected po talaga na in support to the prosecution's evidence, yun po yung magiging expected approach on the part of the victims representative.
Tingin niyo po ba malakas yung naging argumento nila na hindi kasi binigyan diin no, or hindi tamang na-address ng Duterte administration yung issue ng drug war? Kasi parang sabi nila, kasi the Duterte administration treated it as a criminal issue instead of treating it as a socio-economic issue.
Well, technically po, no, although that's still part of the the rhetorics, no. So on how you will present the the narrative, no. So there's a narrative for the victim, there's a narrative for the prosecution, and but ultimately this will still go into strictly into the elements of the crime against humanity of murder under Article 7 of the Rome Statute. Although on the part of the victims, siyempre yung role nila dito is really to highlight yung kanilang experience. And I think what they're trying to prevent, of course, is they're concerned about their safety, no, especially mga witnesses and yung mga families of the victims may continuing concern as to their safety, and especially, of course, they're saying na if ever the charges against the former President Rodrigo Duterte will not be confirmed, then parang yung theory nila is that they're scared that he will be going home as a hero, parang ganon, instead of somebody who orchestrated this alleged crime against humanity of murder, yung war and drugs, no?
Dean, nabanggit nyo kanina, of course, marami tayong mga narinig na eyewitness accounts, yung mga several narrations of the victims, pero wala ho dito yung iniuugnay nila ang krimen sa dating Pangulo. Nabanggit nyo po kanina, of course, they can say all these things, pero ang kailangan ma-prove natin ay ito ay nangyari dahil sa utos ni Pangulong o dating Pangulong Duterte. So ano ho magiging value nito kung wala naman silang direktang pag-uugnay sa dating Pangulo?
Technically po parang mostly it will just be in support, no, just to parang to buttress or to corroborate the credibility of the prosecution's evidence, no. Kasi expected naman po talaga yung office of the prosecutor yung talaga maglay down ng main argument, magpipresent ng talagang main or core yung mga main evidence talaga to prove the alleged culpability of the former president. So on the part of the victims, hindi naman po talaga sila expected na talagang i-establish nila lahat ng elements of the crime against humanity of murder under the Rome Statute, kasi po yun yung primary role ng office of the prosecutor. So on their part po, they're there to represent the rights of the victims, to protect the rights of the victims. And kasi po ultimately may mga may mga reparation po na pwedeng mangyari na i-award ng court if ever na the former president is found to be liable for the alleged crimes.
Ito ho, dun sa presentation naman ng si Miss Robin Croft. Dito ho, parang yung pinopoint out to kanina, dito na niya nilalatag yung pag-uugnay, yung nexus, ika ninyo, dun sa dating Pangulo nitong series of events. In-establish po niya na ito'y widespread, ito'y systematic, na ito'y isang polisiya, organizational policy, at ito po, direkta na nilang ina-accuse ang dating Pangulo. So ito na ho yung maituturing natin na kumbaga, final argument ng prosecution. If you were to assess the presentation of the prosecution, Dean, ano hong mga points na tumatak sa inyo?
Well, in my assessment siguro, marami pa rin parang based on mere inferences lang. Pero what struck me is yung count with respect to the Davao. Kasi nearer yun Kasi in terms of the command structure, nearer si former President Duterte as mayor of Davao to the commission of the crimes. So parang yung organizational structure that is being pointed out by the prosecution. So talagang pwede nilang ma-establish kasi nearer yung link niya in the command structure. Pero with respect to the two counts naman, na where he was at the time of the alleged commission of these crimes, he was president. So medyo mas remote yung kanyang proximity to the actual commission of the crimes. So in terms of likelihood na strength of the evidence, siguro I would rate na strongest yung evidence of the prosecution with respect to the count respecting the Davao death squad. And then medyo okay lang with respect to the two other counts, to the Tokhang and then with respect to the high value crimes. So pwede rin, you can say that based on previous na mga decisions ng International Criminal Court, we can say na it's likely na i-confirm nila yung charges. But of course, yung actual na for purposes of conviction, whether there will be a finding of guilt beyond reasonable doubt, of course, that will be assessed by the court, by the trial court, that will be constituted if ever this goes into trial.
Still on attribution, partner, one last point from my end dito sa bagay na ito. Yung mga sinasabi ho ng mga testigo, ng mga testimonial evidence where they say that I was ordered, that's why I did it. Ito ho ba, will that be enough para i-dikit, i-establish yung attribution to the former president?
Well, yung point po dito is aside from the actual commission of the crime, yung killings, what needs to be established by the prosecution and what they tried to establish was the mode of responsibility ni former President Duterte. And then of course nakita natin dito, of course yung strategy nila, he was not accused as a direct perpetrator in order for them na parang lesser evidence kasi yung required kung indirect perpetrator ka lang, no? But then with respect to the mode of responsibility, mode of individual criminal responsibility as an indirect perpetrator, technically parang nila tanan inallege nila tanan yung encouragement, yung aiding and abetting, yung directing, yung control. So they were trying to establish na hindi ka makakawala dito because we will try to parang hit you on all possible angles. Yun yung parang naging approach nila.
Dean, balikan ko lang sana kasi nga sabi niyo nga po the strategy was gawin siyang indirect co-perpetrator para hindi ganun kabigat yung kailangang ebidensya. Pero historically speaking po ba, kapag ganun po, kapag indirect co-perpetrator, ano po yung implikasyon nito? Halimbawa, magkaroon ng conviction, anong implikasyon nito sa sentencing, pagdating sa sentencing?
So kung normally po kasi yung as an indirect co-perpetrator, yung ultimately for purposes of sentencing, may tinatawag po tayo na parang cumulative conviction. No? So let's say kung mako-convict siya, assuming after trial there will be a conviction and then it will be for the 3 counts. For purposes of sentencing, isang sentence lang po yung ipapataw sa kanya. Tinatawag po natin ito na cumulative conviction. So kahit na po the several counts will be alleged and established by the prosecution, but for purposes of sentencing, isang sentence lang po yun. And then it will be based on the ultimate assessment of the court on the overall culpability of the alleged offender. So yun po yung ano. So titingnan po nilang lahat yan with respect. Yung participation niya, ano yung class and participation, and then yung seriousness, gravity po nun for purposes of yung final assessment of culpability.
Dean, pwede mo bang pakipaliwanag lang, ano hong difference ng indirect at direct co-perpetrator? Pag direct perpetrator, dapat ho ba ikaw yung mismong kumalabit ng gatilyo at ikaw yung nag-carry out ng pagpatay? Ganun ba?
Siyempre po kung talagang perpetrator, ikaw talaga yung physical na nag-commit na murder. So ikaw talaga yung you pull the trigger, talagang ikaw yung ano. Now kung ano naman, let's say for example, may tinatawag na type na parang conspiracy, in conspiracy, kung talagang direct co-perpetrator ka, so parang nag-conspire ka rin doon, parang yung concept ng conspiracy. So whatever is the act of the actual perpetrator, you will be equally liable for the act of that particular person. Pero kung indirect perpetrator ka, you had no hand in the actual killing, but parang nangyari yon because of you din. So parang may contribution ka. So it's either you encourage, parang you contributed through statements na empowered them to commit the actual killings by giving, yung sabi ng prosecution, by giving incentives, binabayaran sila because they receive so and so amount. So yun yung parang naging enabler ka.
Okay, malinaw.
Alright.
Malinaw.
Dean, kasi di ba syempre nabanggit na rin yung iba pang mga co-perpetrator na bagamat hindi pa sila nasa ilalim ng kustodiya ng ICC, nabanggit na yung mga pangalan nila at yung iba sa kanila talagang very clear examples ng kanilang partisipasyon umano. Halimbawa po, Dean, kapag ikaw ay isa sa mga nabanggit doon at nakita mo na ganito yung pagkakabanggit sa pangalan mo at ganito yung pagkakalarawan sa supposed participation mo, ano dapat ang ginagawa mo ngayon bilang paghandaman, o di ba? Kasi Dean, syempre, di ba, kakabahan ka, nakita mo yung pangalan mo doon.
Parang yung tanong ko sa inyo kanina din, should I rest easy dahil hindi naman nila ako pagkakasaya ng panahon, or should I prepare my defense starting now?
Well, technically po nakita rin nila like yung mga video clips kanina with respect to yung mga direct statements made by Senator Bato de la Rosa. So para medyo daming na mga ano yun. So taken if they can be parang connected to actual killings or talagang yung mga statements na yun resulted in actual perpetration of certain crimes, then talagang he has to be concerned kasi may possibility talaga na he might be the subject of a prosecution before the International Criminal Court. Pero yung point po dito, we should not only be waiting for the International Criminal Court. Kasi po yung drug war na to, pwede rin po itong investigahan locally. And then we have Republic Act 9851, yung IHL law po natin. And under our IHL law, yung crime against humanity of murder po is also a crime under domestic law. So pwede rin pong ma-investigate itong mga crimes na to locally.
So is that a suggestion to the Marcos administration, Dean, na andito yung mga co-perpetrators They are in the country and we have the courts that can try them. So pwede ho nilang gawin ito.
I'm just taking it from the arguments that are being presented on social media kasi ang dami, di ba? They're saying na capable naman tayong mag-handle ng case na to. Then why do we have to bring the former President Rodrigo Duterte to The Hague, di ba? So technically po talagang capable yung Philippines to handle these cases. Unfortunately lang po, we did not act, the government did not act on these matters. So unfortunately then this has to be parang taken to an international criminal court. No. So pero technically po I'm sure we are equipped right now and we have working courts na pwede nating gamitin to ensure that if people are found to be responsible that they should be taken to justice.
So I guess yun yung sinasabi ng mga CLRV, na parang sabi nga kasi nila, because of the situation here, para sa kanila, ang last recourse nila ay pumunta na sa ICC. Pero gaya nga ng sinabi ni Dean, technically speaking, meron naman tayong istruktura, meron tayong sistema, may organisasyon or institusyon na kayang gawin yon. Pero Dean, pwede pa nating himayin yung issue na yan mamaya kasi nga maraming opinion tungkol dyan. Pero sa ngayon po, makikibalita po muna tayo mula po sa The Hague sa Netherlands. At naroon pa rin si Mariz Umali. Mariz? Yes, Pia, Evan, katatapos-tapos nga lamang ng second session ng submission on merits ng prosekusyon at bahagi na rin po ng session na ito yung pagsusumite ng merits naman ng OPCV o yung Office of Public Counsel for Victims. At inisa-isa ni trial lawyer Robin Croft ng Office of the Prosecutor o OTP ang mga kontekstual na elemento ng crimes against humanity kaugnay ng giyera kontra droga sa Pilipinas. So mas maraming mga statistics naman this time. Kung kanina ay binanggit yung mga mismong case study, ngayon naman ay mga numero. Ayon kay Croft, may tatlong mahalagang elemento na dapat mapatunayan. Una, may naganap na pag-atake laban sa sibilyan na populasyon kabilang ang mga pinaghihinalaang sangkot sa droga. Ipinakita ng Office of the Prosecutor ang isang heat map o mapa ng mga pagpatay sa buong bansa mula November 1, 2011 hanggang March 16, 2019. At batay ito sa pinagsamang data sets, mga testigo na insider, ekspertong pagsusuri at mga pag-amin. Sa nasabing heat map, nakatala ang 5,823 anti-drug killings sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Pilipinas sa loob ng ilang taon. Sa bilang na ito, 3,967 ang naganap daw mula July 1, 2016 hanggang November 26, 2017 o sa loob lamang na isa't kalahating taon mula nang maupo sa pwesto si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Binanggit din ang 5,281 na bilang mula sa datos ng Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. Ikalawa, iginiit ng prosekusyon na ang mga pag-atake ay widespread at systematic. Ibig sabihin, hindi lamang ito random or coincidental na mga insidente kundi malawak at malawak na operasyon na isinagawa sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa. Ang ikatlo dito, Pia Evan, sinabi ng Office of the Prosecutor na ang mga pagpatay ay isinagawa rin sunod sa isang polisiya ng estado o organisasyon na may layuning in-neutralize ang mga pinaghihinalaang kriminal. Ipinakita rin ng prosekusyon ang top-down structure ng operasyon mula kay Duterte, dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte bilang pinakamataas, nasa itaas siya ng structure patungo sa mga co-perpetrators, mga pinuno ng Davao Death Squad at mga miyembro ng DDS. Sa kabuuan, layunin ng prosekusyon na patunayan na ang mga pagpatay sa ilalim ng anti-drug campaign ay hindi lamang bahagi ng lehitimong law enforcement kundi isang malawak at sistematikong pag-atake laban sa sibilyan na populasyon na may basbas ng isang organisadong polisiya. Binigyan din naman, yung second part kasi nung second session na yun, Pia Evan, ay nagsalita na yung OPCV. So dito, ang nagrepresenta naman is si Paulina Masida, Principal Counsel ng Office of Public Counsel for Victims. At dito binigyan diin niya sa pagdinig ang mga ulat ng iba't ibang international at local na institusyon ukol sa bilang ng mga nasawi sa giyera kontra droga. Binanggit niya ang 2022 report ng Human Rights Watch na nagtatala ng humigit kumulang 6,200 na namatay kaugnay ng anti-drug operations. Samantala ayon naman sa 2020 report ng United Nations Human Rights Office, umaabot sa 8,663 ang naitalang mga nasawi. Idinagdag pa ni Masida na ayon sa Commission on Human Rights ng Pilipinas, posibleng 2 hanggang 3 beses na mas mataas pa ang totoong bilang kaysa sa inilabas na datos ng United Nations. Maliban sa mga numero, binigyang pansin din ang mga salaysay ng mga biktima at saksi. Ayon kay Masida, ibinahagi ng mga nakaligtas at pamilya ng mga nasawi ang mga karanasan ng torture, masamang pagtrato, panggagahasa, pambubugbog, pananampal, pagkukuryente at mga banta ng kamatayan. Sa mas malawak na konteksto, iginiit niya na iniangkla ng administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang issue ng droga bilang isang usaping dapat tugunan sa pamamagitan ng parusang pagpapatupad ng batas o punitive enforcement sa halip na harapin ang mas malalim na ugat ng problema. Ayon sa paglalahad, ang ganitong pag-frame sa giyera kontra droga ay naglihis ng atensyon mula sa mga fundamental na issue tulad ng kahirapan at iba pang panlipunang issue gaya ng hindi pagkakapantay-pantay na sinasabing nakatulong sa paglala ng problema sa illegal na droga. Samantala, Pia Evan, mabahagi ko rin lang sa inyo, no? Kanina, bago yung second session, naging emosyonal yung mga families ng victims. Nandun tayo mismo sa court gallery. So,
nasa harapan lang natin nakaupo yung ilan sa mga kaanak ng mga biktimang ito. At every once in a while na naririnig natin, napapanood natin yung mga videos ng mga binanggit ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ng talagang lantarang pagsasabi na patayin ang mga kriminal, yung mga drug pusher, yung mga sangkot sa droga. Tinitignan ko talaga yung mga mukha nila at tinitignan ko yung emosyon, yung reaksyon nila, and they were really emotional. Nakita natin na basa yung luha, basa yung mata nila dahil sa luha. May mga times nagpupunas, yung mga ilan nilang mga katabi, talagang every soundbite ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na ipapalabas dun sa monitor ay talagang napapailing yung ilan sa mga dumadalo dun sa court gallery nga. So, yan ang sitwasyon. Mamaya, sa ngayon ay naka-break lang, no? Yung second session. Tapos, magbabalik ito 2:00 ng hapon dito, oras dito sa The Hague. So, that would be, I think, 10 or 10 o'clock. No, sorry. +7. So, 9 p.m. dyan sa Pilipinas. Magbabalik na yung session. So, sa ikatlong bahagi ng submission on merits ngayong araw, ang magsasalita na ay mula sa CLRV. Ang expected natin dyan ay si Attorney Joel Butuyan, ang representative ng Common Legal Representatives of Victims. So dito magtatapos yung araw dito sa submission on merits. Hindi pa magsasalita ang depensa ngayong araw dahil nakatakda silang magbigay ng kanilang mga merits o yung submission on merits nila sa darating na Huwebes. So yan muna ang pinakasariwa pa ring sitwasyon mula pa rin dito sa Media Center ng International Criminal Court. Balik sa inyo, Pia and Evan.
Maris, babalikan ko lang yung nabanggit mo kasi nga very curious ako kung sino yung mga nasa gallery. At sabi mo nga yung ilan ng mga nasa gallery, mga kaanak ng mga biktima at hindi nila napigilan ang kanilang emosyon. May mga pagkakataon ba na ang ilan sa kanila kailangang
Pia, sorry, medyo
lumisan?
parang may sumasabay sa boses mo. Pwedeng ano?
Alright. Ulitin ko, Maris, yung aking tanong. Meron ba, bukod doon sa mga, syempre yung mga kaanak ng mga biktima, may mga pagkakataon ba na kailangan nilang tumayo or umalis habang ipinapaliwanag or inilalarawan yung mga naging kaso ng mga umano'y pagpatay ng drug war?
Hindi, Pia. Hindi sila, kahit na gaano kasakit, marahil para sa kanila, yung naririnig nila at natutunghayan nila na kumbaga parang nare-relieve nila yung pain and sorrow, yung grief ng dinanas nila, and perhaps even the trauma na kailangan nilang muling maalala ang lahat ng ito. Ni sa isang punto, hindi ko sila nakita na lumabas ng court gallery para, kumbaga, parang iwan muna yung nangyayari. They were really intently listening dun sa proceeding at talagang iniinda nila yung perhaps the pain of reliving the moment. Dito, makikita kung gaano talaga kalakas yung very brave and courageous nitong mga pamilyang ito. And even nung time na nagpoprotesta pa sila sa labas nung Sunday na-cover din natin sila, sabi nila, masakit talaga na muling i-relive tong moment na ito. Pero talagang magiging malakas at matapang sila para sa kanilang mga kaanak na nasawi. Dahil yung kanilang mga kaanak, hindi sila nabigyan ng tsansa na makapagpaliwanag sa korte. At hindi na rin lang nakulong. Sila ay talagang nung pinagbintangan, pinaghinalaan, pinatay na lang daw. So, this is their way of showing na talagang makikisa sila sa kanilang mga kaanak na nasawi sa pagkamit nitong hustisya para sa kanilang mga kaanak. So, hindi sila umalis. Talagang hinihintay nila na mag-break ang session before they leave. Pero yun nga, dahil nga nasa harapan ko lang sila, nung dumaan sila sa harapan ko, kinumusta ko sila, and of course, kitang-kita na basa nga yung kanilang mga mata dahil sa luha. Napapailing na lang. Pero nakikita natin na parang nabubuhayan sila ng husto dahil ito na, nakikita na nila somehow yung pag-usad ng mga proceeding na ito kung saan posible na lang makamit daw ang hustisya. Pia?
Pero Maris, linawin ko lang, hindi ba open to the public no itong proceedings sa first come first serve? Meron din ba sa kabilang banda mga taga-suporta niya dating Pangulong Duterte na nandyan sa loob, sa gallery?
Alam mo, nandito sa loob din ng gallery, yung mga Filipino lawyers ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. So sila yung pinaka nasa right side na harapan. So nandun sina, of course, dating Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea, Attorney Salvador Panelo, si Attorney Cesar Dulay, si dating Secretary ng DOLE, Sylvester Bello III, si Alfredo Lim Jr., tsaka si Attorney Martin Delgra. So nandun sila. Hindi natin kasi, wala tayong way of knowing kung sino talaga yung mga supporters and pro maliban dun sa pamilya. Because, of course, aware tayo kung sino yung pamilya dahil na-cover natin sila. Pero, kung sino man yung mga sumusuporta kaya dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na I'm sure meron din doon nakaupo na mga civilian, hindi natin talaga makikita kasi talagang very formal, Pia, ang sitwasyon sa court gallery. Hindi ka pwedeng mag-ingay, mag-react. Ni kahit tumuro ka lang, halimbawa, meron silang gustong isenya, magtuturo ka, nako, hindi talaga pwede yan. Talagang posibleng paalisin ng court gallery kapag meron kang any unnecessary motions or movements na gagawin or much more sound. So hindi mo dito maririnig na merong mga nagbubu or merong mga nag-make ng reactions kapag halimbawa nagsalita ang prosekusyon o nagsalita ang depensa. Wala. Everyone is very silent, intently listening, and very professional dahil ang posibleng mangyari sa'yo kapag mag-ingay ka o kahit na gumawa ka ng kahit na anong bagay dito na hindi nararapat ayon sa batas ng korte, pwede ka talagang mapaalis at hindi ka na pwedeng bumalik doon sa court gallery, Pia.
Alright, maraming salamat sa iyo, Marie Zumali.
Samantala, nasa labas naman ng ICC sa The Hague si Marisol Abdurrahman. Sol, anong latest dyan?
Ivan, magandang hapon mula dito sa ICC pa rin sa The Hague, Netherlands. Though hindi nyo nakikita pero mula doon sa parte kung saan tayo nandun kanina, mas lalang dumami pa ang mga taga-suporta ng dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte na hanggang ngayon ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang kanilang pagtitipon. Kung kanina, meron tayong mga nahabol na mga kaanak, na mga pamilya ng sinasabi nga nitong EJK, na ngayon lang din dumating kaya dumalo sa pangalawang araw ng pagdinig ng confirmation of charges. May mga humabol din na kanyang mga taga-suporta na galing din sa ibang bansa. At kanina, meron din tayong mga nakausap na mga seaman na bumaba, nag-dock sila dito sa Netherlands at pumunta dito sa ICC hoping na makikita nga nila ang dating Pangulo. So anyway, hihingi tayo ng update din for now kasi inaabangan natin ito, buti naka-break. Kasama natin ngayon si Attorney Nery Colmenares. Attorney, sorry kami ulit, magandang hapon. Kumusta po ang pangalawang araw ng pagdinig?
Well, tinuloy ng prosekusyon ang methodical at napaka-coherent na pag-expose ng aligasyon at ebidensya ng prosekusyon. So basically, nilahad nila ang elements ng crime against humanity, widespread or systematic attack against civilians, a matter of policy ito, at syempre, minolid si President Duterte sa atake. In fact, he ordered it. So, and then they presented the evidence and the witness testimony and the insider accounts to prove the allegation. So yan ang methodical kasi na pag-expose mo ng legal argumentation mo, sabihin mo ang allegation mo and ebidensya mo. Sorry. And the prosecution was able to do that.
Okay. So ito na talaga yung mga na-discuss na mga nitty-gritty, Attorney, na inumpisahan kahapon.
Yes. Well, actually, the nitty-gritty, of course, will come during the trial, presuming it will be confirmed. But yeah, they already discussed what kind of evidence na ipresenta nila during the trial.
Alright. Attorney, we understand, moment ito ng prosecution ngayon. So, ang defense ng presence nila doon, they're just observing now.
Well, the schedule kasi is that the first day, say, prosecution, and then the victims, and then the third day, the defense. The whole day sila. Whole day sila.
Alright. Correct. Attorney, kanina may mga dumating po ng mga pamilyar pa rin po ng mga biktima. Yesterday you mentioned na yung mga nandun, parang nanumbalik sa kanila yung alaalang nangyari. They were a bit emotional. How are they now on its second day po? Including po itong mga humabol na dumating po ngayong araw lang.
Well, actually, kasi naabutan na rin ulit nila yung si Paulina Masida, yung Victims Council din, isa sa mga council din namin, mga victims, na nagkwento ng mga pangyayari. So na-reimagine na naman nila. Alam mo, yung masakit sa sa biktima, nare-relieve mo yung experience eh. So pag marinig mo na binalot ng packaging tape. Kahit ako na-imagine ko, wala naman akong kaanak na namatay doon. Pero ma-imagine mo ba, patayin ka by putting a plastic sa ulo mo or packaging tape na hindi ka makahinga. Slowly, nawawalan ka ng hininga tapos mamatay ka. I mean, all these things really bring back traumatic memories yan eh. Lalo na sa victims na kahit ako nga apektado, how much more the victims. So yeah. Pero masaya sila na natuloy din at napospone na ito last year, so masaya sila na natuloy din at naging confident kami through the exposition ng prosecution ng lakas talaga ng kaso at mako-confirm talaga ang charges na to at magkakaroon ng trial.
Opo, of course, contrary ito sa sinasabi ng mga taga-suporta at mga kaalyado ng dating Pangulo na they were saying na based lang daw sa chismis itong mga pinag-uusapan at dinidiscuss ngayon ng prosecution.
Well, ang crucial na taga-suporta yung abogado sa loob, no? Kasi lahat naman yan sa labas. I mean, anybody can say anything. Nagulat lang ako na hindi na ang discussion ng prosecution ng defense kahapon wala doon sa ebidensya kasi pwede nilang kontrahin yung yung prosecution. Sabihin nila, hindi naman widespread hindi naman systematic. Wala namang policy di ba? O hindi niya alam In fact, there was one portion pala na legally relevant ang defense. Ang sabi niya ay hindi ina-expect ni President Duterte that death will occur because of his incendiary language. So parang hindi niya minimin na may mamamatay. So, para sa akin, of course, I'm counsel to the victims. Pero sa akin, as a lawyer, napakahinang depensa yun Kasi kahit supporter siguro ni President Duterte, magsasabi na hindi. Pag sinabi niya yung kill, 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 he means it. Hindi yan biro Talagang, at pangalawa, kahit biro man yan, pag libo-libo ang namatay, hindi na yan joke. That's no longer a joke. Mabuti sana kung nag-joke tapos wala namang namatay. Di talagang joke yan. Tatawa tayong lahat. Pero libo-libo ang namatay. I don't think papalusutin ng korte yan na joke lang pala yun. So para sa akin, napaka-strange at yun ang ginamit nilang legal argument kahapon. Pero ako, very pleased ako doon sa kanilang handling ng kanilang depensa.
Though yet we have to see still, attorney, sa kanilang magiging time naman para bukas when they presented your
The next day pa. May break kami bukas.
I'm sorry. Wala palang hearing bukas kasi break. Kasi para sa ating mga kababayan talaga in-schedule ang gantong klaseng hearing for the confirmation sa pagsasaalang-alang nga sa kondisyon ng dating Pangulo. Pero tomorrow we don't have a hearing.
Actually, kaya sila nagwa 1 hour break every hour kasi akala nila darating si President Duterte, so para makapahinga naman siya. But anyway, hindi naman pala siya darating. Pero tinuloy na lang nila yung 1 hour break para siguro sa lahat naman.
Alright, speaking of former president, I understand syempre gustong-gusto nitong mga kamag-anak at kaanak ng mga biktima na makita ang Pangulo.
Yes.
Is that right, attorney?
Yes.
Okay, how did they react that, that the president has waived his right to attend the hearing?
Nadismaya sila
And
kasi
they were not able to see actually the former president.
Oo, nadismaya sila kasi gusto rin nila makita face to face. Yung baka naman tumingin din sa kanila. At least nakaharap nila face to face ang tao na tingin nila responsable sa pagkamatay ng kaanak nila. So nadismaya sila na pinayagan ng ICC ang presidente na i-waive yung presence niya. Ako bilang abogado naman, ay na-expect ko talaga darating siya para lang isuportahan yung claim niya na unfit for trial siya. Kasi madali lang naman yun, magpapayat ka, magpahaba ka ng buhok, di ba? Huwag kang mag-ahit, di ba? At tapos mapayat ka rin lang naman kasi sabi ko nga, maraming nga nakakulong sa bilibid, mas payat pa sa kanya, may sakit pa na mga cancer, gano'n. But anyway, hindi siya nag-appear. So ako ay nagulat doon kasi I was expecting na lalabas siya. If only to show na ito na yung kalagayan ko, kawawa naman ako. Anyway, may right siya. He has the right to waive his presence sa confirmation of charges.
At bilang abogado, hindi kayo naniniwala na unfit siya to attend trial?
Ako, ang unfitness niya for trial, tingin ko hindi. The ICC has decided. Nakalimutan mo, malimutin ka na, of course, yes. Lahat naman ng nakatanda, pag 80 anyos ka na, malimutin ka na. But that doesn't mean pwede kang pumatay, tapos hindi ka kakasuhan kasi unfit ka na for trial. In fact, meron nga kaming mga kliyente doon na may sakit din eh, cancer eh, hiningi namin yun na i-hospital arrest na lang kasi mamamatay na rin lang naman. Hindi talaga pumayag si President Duterte doon, namatay sa cancer yun sa kulungan. In any case, pwede bang may sakit siya? Of course pwede. I mean, pero ayaw namin may masamang mangyari sa kanya eh. Kasi pag may masamang mangyari sa kanya, dismiss ang kaso eh. Kaya gusto namin healthy talaga siya. Pero hindi at sinabi na rin ng korte sa desisyon niyan na kung meron ka mga sakit in totality, naintindihan mo yung kasong ito. Naintindihan mo yung ebidensya at you are fit for trial if only for that. Doesn't mean na may sakit ka, unfit ka na for trial. Otherwise, kung ganun pala ang rule, pag may sakit ka, unfit ka na for trial, di lahat ng nakakatanda na may kaso, wala ng trial, di ba? So yeah, I believe he may have some ailments, but it's not sufficient to declare him unfit for trial.
Alright. Ivan, Pia,
Yes.
baka meron kayong mga karagdagang tanong for Attorney
Yes,
Colmenares?
salamat Sol. Attorney Colmenares,
Hi, Ivan.
sir, magandang gabi sa inyo mula dito sa Pilipinas. Sa puntong ito, tapos na po yung presentation ng...
Magandang umaga rin.
Opo. Sa puntong ito, tapos na po yung presentation ng prosecution. At ang sinasabi po ng mga international law
At
experts na
victims.
nakakausap... Yeah, ang nakakausap namin mga international law experts, ang mahalaga po
Yeah.
dito kasi ay maiugnay kay Pangulong Duterte itong mga kilis ito. Sa tingin po ninyo, has the prosecution done enough para po maiugnay itong mga pagpatay at mag-proceed ito sa trial?
Yes, klarong-klaro ang pag-ugnay kahapon. In fact, halos siya ang main topic ng buong prosekusyon. And more than sufficient ang labas ng prosekusyon. Yung crucial doon sa tanong na yan, policy. May policy na in-issue, may policy na in-announce. May structure at may mga witnesses na nagsasabi ng structure. Ang common plan actually na authored ni President Duterte, klaro yun sa mga public statements niya na ang ginawa niya sa Davao, gawin niya sa national. That was the common plan eh. Tapos yung pag-implement nito. Of course, yung fact na hindi lang siya nag-order ng kill, nag-encourage pa siya ng pagpatay by promising them na i-reward ko kayo, i-promote ko kayo, i-amnesty ko kayo o i-pardon ko kayo kung mahuli kayo. All these things prove ng pag-ugnay sa kanya eh. And of course, also prove knowledge kasi kung wala kang knowledge, pag hindi mo sinadya, ay hindi ko alam na may mamamatay pala sa ending nito. O di, after 1 year siguro ng drug war, di pinahinto niya na, teka muna, marami palang namamatay. Pero lalong nadiin sila kahapon based doon sa statements mismo ng depensa. At ginamit ng prosecution kanina. Sabi ng depensa kasi kahapon, magsalita si President Duterte, ang word niya ay pinapanindigan niya. Siya isang taong tumitindig sa kanyang salita at alam ng mamamayan yan, di ba? Parang so ginamit yan ng prosecution kanina na wag mong sabihin joke ito, hyperbole ha. Kasi yun na nga sabi ko, buti kung nag-joke ka at walang namatay, di magtawanan tayo. Pero kung nag-joke ka at libo-libong namatay, hindi papalusutin ng korte yan at iugnay talaga kay President Duterte yan.
Attorney Neri, maraming salamat sa inyo. And Marisol, thank you din.
Maraming salamat.
Samantala,
Thank you.
balikan natin si
Marisol,
Maris.
kasama naman niya si Attorney Christy Conti, si Attorney Christina Conti.
na assistant to counsel para pa rin sa mga biktima.
Ito kasi iba ng pagkakataon natin para makasama sila, makausap sila no, habang naka-break.
naka-break, yes.
Dahil medyo mahaba-haba yung break. So ito, makakausap natin sila.
Attorney Conti?
Yan ang tanong namin kay Attorney Colmenares. Kumusta po ang pangalawang araw ho ng pagdinig? Although paulit-ulit naman, sabi niyo kahapon, sinabi rin ngayon ni Sir na mas naging maganda ho ang presentasyon ng prosecution ngayon at ito ay magtutuloy-tuloy na sa trial.
Confident. Ako, maski inisip ko, ide-detach ko yung sarili ko. Titingnan ko nga kung makukumbinsi ako. Wala eh. Hook, line, and sinker. Ang ganda ng presentasyon ng prosecution, kaya palagay ko wala nang ibang patutunguhan nga, kundi confirmation of charges at trial ito.
Alright, Ivan, may tanong po si
Yes, Attorney Conti, pagkatapos po nito break sa pag-resume ng hearing, naasahan pong itutuloy ni Ms. Masida ang presentation naman for the victims. At parang, if I heard this correctly, magpe-present din after her si Attorney Gilbert Andres. Without necessarily telegraphing our punches, pwede niyo ho ba kami bigyan ng what to expect next dito po sa presentation for the victims?
So, hindi yung victim's presentation ay hindi naman po siya dodoble sa presentation ng prosecution. Okay. Hindi ito 2 versus 1 So, yung sa victim's presentation ay patungkol sa views and concerns ng victims, pananaw nila, kwento nila. Kaya ang may expect po natin, pasensya na po, trigger warning, content warning, kundi dagdag pang mga kwento ng mga biktima na kung anong nangyari sa mismong pagpatay, kung anong na-experience sila, at kung anong kumbaga eyewitness sila sa ilang kapatayan Kaya a bit more, sorry pasensya dahil graphic content coming up in the next hour.
Tapos kanina, Attorney Conti, napag-usapan na yung reaction. Kasi si Maris, nawi-witness niya yung reaction ng mga victims while it was being narrated dito po sa hearing. At of course, mabigat po ito Mabigat po ito sa mga biktima. Ang mga biktima ho ba, kasama sa pag-prepare nyo sa kanila is the possibility that they might have to say this again or narrate this again kung sakali nga pong pumunta ito sa trial?
Yes, definitely isang bahagi yan ng preparasyon na paulit-ulit sa kanilang ipapakwento. Ang hinihintay lang talaga namin, kumbaga ay formal na calling to the stand. Kaya ready ka dapat anytime. Ang usapin naman dito sa nangyayari kanina ay, di ba sabi nga systematic? So yung isang biktima, hindi niya kwento yung kinukwento, pero yung pagbalot sa ulo nung katawan ng kapatid niya, nag-resonate sa kanya. Yung isa naman, yung dalawang anak niya na kinuha ng pulis at dinala sa punerarya at parang na-hostage nga ng punerarya kasi ang mahal ng sinisingil, ay yun naman ang naalala. So, nakaka-relate yung mga biktima sa iba't ibang mga portion. Kaya ang ibig sabihin, talagang systematic ang naganap.
Attorney, mukhang mag-re-resume na ang hearing. Baka kailangan nyo nang bumalik. Maraming salamat sa oras na binigay ninyo sa amin. Thank you.
Salamat at ingat kayo.
Thank you, Attorney
Attorney Chrissy Conti, kasama ni Marisol Abduraman. Samantala, inaantabayanan nga. Yeah, go ahead, Marisol.
Ivan, mabanggit na lang din natin, banggitin lang natin, iba na nandito na rin sa ICC ngayon itong mga miyembro nga ng Human Rights Watch dahil nabanggit sila kanina sa hearing na ang kanilang naging result ng kanilang report. They're actually UK-based Human Rights Watch, right ma'am? Nabanggit sila kanina doon sa hearing at natutuwa daw sila na nagamit ang kanilang report sa kanilang ginawa sa kanilang pag-aaral doon sa Pilipinas, sa atin noong taong 2022. And they're happy at nandito sila. Were you able to observe the hearing, ma'am? Or you were just here outside?
No, I've been inside both days.
Ayun. So, nagkaroon din pala sila ng pagkakataon na makapasok doon at makapag-observe sa hearing. At yun nga ang sinasabi nila sa atin, masaya sila na nagamit ang kanilang report. Ivan?
Alright, Marisol, meron ba silang mga narinig na ngayon lamang nila narinig? Kasi syempre yung ibang mga witnesses, no, or rather victims, kinukwento kanina ni Attorney Chrissy Conti na parang nakaka-relate sila kahit hindi nila kwento pero very familiar. Para doon sa mga human rights watch groups, parang iba ba sa ibang detalye dito? First time ba nilang narinig?
Ma'am, during the hearing, were you able to hear news stories that were not part of your 2022 report?
Yes,
Were
we
there
did.
new information?
There were many familiar stories that we have documented in our reports over the years, but some of the harrowing accounts that we heard, particularly from the victims' representative, were new to us. But I think, this shows the broad pattern of so many thousands of killings that occurred when Duterte was both mayor of Davao City and also president of the Philippines. And Human Rights Watch has reported on these cases since as far back as 2008, 2009.
Alright. So yun, Pia, meron nga daw silang mga narinig yung mga parang kahindik-hindik daw ng mga kwento ng mga eyewitness or mga pamilya ng mga biktima na nakakita nga nung pangyayari. So, mas iba daw ito doon sa kanilang report na naisubmit, Pia.
Alright, maraming salamat sa iyo, Marisol Abduraman. At mamaya, babalikan pa namin dahil alam namin marami pang mangyayari dyan sa labas, lalo na kapag break time. So maraming salamat sa iyo, Marisol. Samantala, babalikan po natin ang ating diskusyon kasama si Dean. Dahil, syempre, kanina, eto, narinig na natin
Si Dean Ralph Sarmiento, sir.
Oo.
Good evening po ulit.
Good evening po.
Dean, alam mo, Dean, very curious lang ako, no? Kasi di ba kanina, sinabi ni Attorney Conti, nabanggit niya na, syempre, magkukwento yung mga victims kapag sila po ay tinawag na sa pagdinig at binigyan ng pagkakataon. At kahapon, pinaliwanag sa amin ni Ivan, ni Dean Pangalanan na bawal sa ICC, no, ang kumbaga practice sa inyong mga testigo, yung mga witnesses, in this case, yung victims. So kapag ganon, Dean, Ralph, paano binibrief or paano inihahanda?
Pine-prepare, yes.
Oo, yung ating mga victims or witnesses.
Normally po, depende naman po yan sa strategy ng defense, no, and yung victims counsel. Normally po, this is not only preparing them for an actual trial as we do sa mga domestic court litigations. Ito po, it's being handled by may mga psychologists po silang kasama, may mga mental health experts po silang kasama, and then tinitingnan po nila yung overall na welfare ng mga victims and then yung readiness nila, especially yung relieving the experience and everything. So maraming factors po sila na tinitingnan when they are preparing the victims in this particular case.
At syempre, isa kasi sa mga pinaka-mabigat dyan, yung emosyon, di po ba, Dean? So, sila po ba ay binibigyan ng panahon? Halimbawa, sa kalagitnaan ng kanilang pagtetestigo, kailangan nilang huminto. Sila ba ay pinagbibigyan ng korte?
Opo. Very lenient naman po ang court with respect to that. And of course, yung mga rights ng victims are very well protected by the International Criminal Court. And yung welfare po nila, overall na welfare po nila, even before and then during the actual proceedings, normally po that will be taken care of by the International Criminal Court.
Dean, nabanggit din ni Attorney Conti kanina na we can expect more of the, sabi nga nila, trigger warnings, yung mga the gruesome deaths of the victims. Ano ho ba ang value nito? May evidentiary value po kaya ito as far as the judges are concerned that will play into their decision to allow this to go to trial?
Ang purpose po nito is to to support to support the credibility nung theory ng case ng prosecution, to establish na hindi lang to mga isolated na mga incidents. And then of course they will also show na talagang widespread ito, na may pattern talaga na nangyari. And then talagang this was conducted on a large-scale basis across different regions and everything. So, done as a matter of policy. So, through the stories of the victims, so yun po yung mangyayari doon. And then the court, it will give credibility to it will support the main theory of the prosecution na widespread and na talagang may widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population na nangyari in the implementation of the drug war na policy.
Dean, syempre, di ba, iba-iba yung kwento ng bawat testigo or bawat biktima. Kung halimbawa, dumating po dun sa puntong magkaroon ng conviction, paano po ginagawa yung reparation para dun sa mga biktima? Iba-iba din po ba ang magiging reparation?
May fund po na pinuput up yung mga state parties for the reparation of the victims of all the crimes na under sa jurisdiction ng International Criminal Court. And then ito po kinukuha yung mga reparations nila and yung mga assistance sa kanila from the fund na pinuput up.
Pero paano po yun? Paano dinedetermine yung amount?
That I'm not really sure kung ano yung determination. But that will be part of the decision. So depende po talaga yun sa ma-establish nila na violation of their rights, the impact of the case on them. So that will be part of the testimony, and then based on the assessment of the court kung ano yung ano dito daw parang to make them whole again. So for example, what can reparation do to make them whole again as part of restorative justice? Anong pwede matulong? So that will be assessed by the court. So medyo flexible yung court with respect to that. So wala pong definite na ano doon na for example this amount will have to be given in this particular case. So case-to-case basis po talaga yon based on the assessment of the court. On an individual basis, depende po sa circumstances of the victims.
At ito po ba ay kailangan mag-file ng claim para makuha yung ganitong reparation din?
I think it's already part of the fact na basta na ano ka na parang na-accredit ka na ng court that you're part of the victims, the list of victims na who were allowed to participate in the proceedings. Then parang you will be entitled to
So in this case, 497, if I'm not mistaken, ano po yung pinayagan ng korte na maging mga biktima?
Kapag ganun po ba din, kasi meron mga kaso, prior cases sa ICC na may mga victims or mga biktima, testigo na biglang umaatras. Pag ganun yung sitwasyon, ano nagiging impact or implikasyon nun dun sa kaso?
Depende po yun if you can still establish the case based on the available evidence. For example, kung marami namang witness and then kung magre-retract or mag-withdraw yung ibang witness, as long as it does not affect the main case, na may sufficient evidence and witnesses pa rin to establish the allegations or the charges, so wala po magiging impact. Of course, it might affect, it can probably weaken the strength of the evidence, but at least basta may sufficient pa rin na naiwan na evidence and witnesses, so okay pa rin po yan.
Dean, base po sa nakita ninyong ebidensya ng prosecution so far, at nasabi natin yung mga possibilities, pag ito ay na-confirm, pag hindi na-confirm, assuming the scenario, ma-confirm po itong charges and we go to trial. Base ho sa nakikita ninyong direksyon at dami ng mga ebidensya, are we looking at a very protracted trial dito po sa kasong ito?
Siguro normally mga ganitong proceedings, normally 2 years, 3 years. Depende rin po sa ano yan But normally mga ganun po. So we are looking at siguro mga 3 to 4 years, mga ganun. Fair na estimate.
3 to 4? So mahaba-haba pala talaga to.
Oo, mahaba-haba. Although parang yun na yung standard, di po ba?
Yes,
Kasi although syempre rin kasi yung nature of the cases that are being tried sa ICC talagang bukod sa very high profile, that yung charges, di ba, parang very intense. Kaya talagang napapahaba yung mismong trial. Pero kayo po, Dean, I mean, historically speaking, kasi syempre para sa atin, napakalaking bagay nitong kaso na to. I mean, first time that we have a Filipino official, former Filipino official, na charged to the ICC. Pero sa tingin niyo po ba, in the international community, malaking o significant case din po ba ito?
Opo. I think this is making waves sa international community. Marami ang talagang nagpa-follow and talagang who are talagang nagmo-monitor ng case na to. May mga friends ako na talagang who are asking me ano ba talagang updates and they're asking me for context, background and everything. They want to understand yung Philippine situation, yung context lang. Yung mga hindi nila nakikita sa media, hindi nila nakikita sa presentation of evidence, sometimes they wanted to know the background and the context of this situation. And then normally when you go abroad and then maano nila when you are a Filipino, either ma-identify nila is Manny Pacquiao, Alexandra Ayala, or now it's the former President Duterte naman. So sabi nila, okay, you're a lawyer now, your president is on trial. Ganun, ganun. So, so parang naging ano to, parang this will have a big impact on the on international law and especially na talagang ano to, no? So, and of course, yung mga previous na mga context nito, normally mga political crimes, may mga genocide, may mga war crimes, may mga pinagaway ng mga religious na mga conflicts and everything. But in this particular case, special to unique to walang religious aspect dito, hindi to parang walang war or parang armed conflict na nangyari dito. This is not a war between government troops and an armed group or mga rebel groups na in the process may mga crimes against humanity or mga war crimes na nakomit. So this was committed supposedly during peacetime and pursuant to an allegedly parang supposedly parang valid operation against drugs, but then eventually it resulted to a lot of killings. And then so that's what we have to determine right now, no? So kung has that been can we say now that that policy parang it was actually a policy of killing rather than a law enforcement and eradication of the drug problem? So was it eradication of the drug problem or eradication of drug addicts? So yun yung magiging issue doon.
So kumbaga din, ano man ang maging kahinatnan ng kasong ito yung magiging isa sa mga halimbawa na pag-uusapan sa mga legal classes.
Actually, out of the sheer novelty of the case, attorney, ano? I mean, Dean, ano? Kasi tulad nga na nabanggit niyo sa kanina, yung mga law students, this is an actual track that you can take in your legal career dahil it can actually happen na ang isang world leader ay litisi o i-charge sa International Criminal Court.
Dean, I'm curious as to your opinion, no? Kapag pagdating po sa paglilitis na ganitong kalibre na isang mataas na opisyal, gaano kalakas sa tingin nyo or gaano kalaki ang kahalagahan ng political will? I mean,
political will from which angle po? Political will from whom?
On the part of yung kasalukuyang administrasyon. Kasi syempre may mga iba namang kaso against world leaders like Russian President Putin, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Pero hindi naman po sila maaresto. In this case, di ba? And which is actually what the supporters of former President Duterte have been saying. Nagkaroon kasi ng pagkakataon na ma-serve yung warrant of arrest dahil sa administrasyon.
Well, technically po, no? So, of course, kung nangyari ito, let's say, for example, kung lumabas yung warrant at the time that the former president was still the sitting president, of course, hindi mangyayari ito, just like what happened in so far as other, national leaders are concerned or are facing criminal prosecution. And in fact, may mga warrant na before issued by the International Criminal Court, but they cannot be brought to the International Criminal Court because the warrants cannot be implemented against them. Like for example, kung sitting president ka or naging effective din yung mga withdrawal nila or they're not actually part of the International Criminal Court. So yung walang system whereby to implement the warrants of arrest against them.
More on that point, Dean, for politics to be used as a defense, na sinasabi po ng depensa, like pointed out by Attorney Kaufman yesterday, na ito ho'y nangyari because of politics dahil inalaw o pinayagan ni Pangulo Marcos na mangyari ito. Dean, nakamute po yata. Dean Sarmiento, sir? Dean Sarmiento, nawalan po kayo ng audio.
All right.
Dean Sarmiento,
Ay,
babalikan natin
ayusin
si Dean.
yung-
Mukhang nagkaroon ng problema yung audio ng kanyang Zoom.
Mhm.
At mga kapuso, ito nakaugat po ang kasong Crimes Against Humanity laban kay dating Pangulong Duterte sa ICC sa libu-libong pagpatay sa mga inakusahang sangkot sa droga nung siya'y Pangulo at nung alkalde pa siya ng Davao City. Ang ilan sa mga yan tinalakay din ng prosekusyon sa pagdinig.
Balikan din po natin ang mga naging opening statement ng prosekusyon, abogado ng mga biktima at ng defense, pati na ang unang bahagi ng submission on the merits ng prosekusyon.
I propose that if I am president, I would get rid of criminality, drugs, and corruption. Just give me 3 to 6 months and I will do it for you. I will deliver.
Bilang pagtupad sa ikinampanya niya noong 2016 elections, iniutos ni nooy dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang pag-ubos sa mga sangkot sa iligal na droga. Sa paraang ayon sa ilan, ay lagpas na sa pinapayagan ng batas.
Slaughter them and I will be happy. Lahat kayong natamaan ng droga, huwag ka lumabas kang papatayin ko kayo.
Ang marching order nauwi sa pagkakasawi ng libo-libo. Ang opisyal na bilang na mahigit 7,000 sa talaan ng Philippine National Police, lubhang mas maliit sa hanggang 30,000 napatay sa talaan ng mga watchdog. Ano't anuman sa likod ng bawat bilang, may anak, ama o asawa na hanggang ngayon ay nagluluksa.
Iniwa po yung kamay po niya at doon na rin po niya narinig ko po at nakita ko po na binabaril po niya.
Doon na po nila pinutukan papa ko ng 4 na beses. Nung dinala po siya sa funeral, dami niya pong tama ng bala. Hindi na po sila nakontento sa 4 na putok. Ang daming tama ng papa ko sa katawan niya.
Ang binanggit ng dating Pangulo na kung manlaban, patayin nyo, inulit din ng nooy PNP chief sa kanilang mga tauhan.
Patayan talaga ito sa drugs. Pag lumaban at na-endanger yung buhay mo, kailangan patayin mo siya.
At paulit-ulit na ibinintang sa mga napapatay. Tulad ng 17 taong gulang na estudyanteng si Kian de los Santos. Pinabulaanan ng mga saksi na siya'y nanlaban.
Narinig ko siya, humingi siya ng tulong. Sabi niya, sir, wag po, sir. Nakaupo po siya, nakayuko. Sinabi niya, sir, wag po. Unang paputok, di ko na po alam kung sa pinaputukan. Tanggal sa kasunod-sunod na yung bala.
Ang ibang pagpatay naman, ibinintang ng pulisya sa mga sindikato.
Pagpatay parang, kala mo, parang pag maisipan, parang ganyan, na basta nalang babarilin yung tao.
O sa mga vigilante, tulad ni Vincent Adya na nakaligtas na sana, pero habang ginagamot sa ospital ay pinagbabaril ng isang gunman. Ang iba naman, nadamay lang, tulad ng 3 taong gulang na si Maika na nasawi sa gitna ng buy-bust operation.
Ang sinasabi po nila may bypass, pero wala po. Sa katunayan po, natutulog nga po kami noon. Bypass daw po, pero sahang pinasok ang bahay.
Hindi mo gusto man mangyari na ganun. Pero happens.
Sabi ng gobyerno, may malalaking isda naman umano. Tulad ni Ozamis City Mayor Reynaldo Parauhinog na napatay sa isang raid sa kanyang tahanan kasama ang kanyang asawa, 2 kapatid at 11 iba pa.
I will wipe you from the face of the earth.
Habang sinuoy Albuera Leyte Mayor Rolando Espinosa, nakakulong na. Pero hinainan pa rin ang search warrant kung saan umano siya nanlaban kaya napatay.
Sabi ng NBI, murder, ganon, sabi police, sir, lumaban yun. O yun lang maniwala sa police.
Ang drug war niya bilang Pangulo, sinasabing sinimulan niya sa Davao City noong mayor pa siya. Ayon sa pag-amin ng mga nagpakilalang miyembro ng Davao Death Squad.
Umorder naman si Mayor Duterte nga masakirin dinala namin tapos pinatay namin, pero ang pagpatay hindi na ginamitan ng dahas ng baril ng pinakain namin ng buhaya doon. Saan? Sa Kapatagan, ma'am.
Totoo po ang existence ng Davao Death Squad or DDS. Si Edgar po ay isa sa membro namin at isa po ako sa pasimuno nito. Sa una pong pag-upo ni Mayor Duterte bilang mayor ng Davao City ay nag-umpisa na po kami na tinatawag ng salvaging ng mga tao. Ito po ay mga suspect na gumagawa ng krimen sa Davao about illegal drugs.
Sa libo-libong individual, iilan pa lang ang nabigyan ng hustisya. 3 pulis ang hinatulang guilty ng murder kaugnay ng sinapit ni Kian de los Santos. Pinatawan sila ng parusang reklusyon perpetwa o hanggang 40 taong pagkakakulong bukod pa sa pagbabayad ng danyo sa pamilya ni Kian. Guilty naman sa murder, torture at pagtatanim ng ebidensya ang isang pulis sa pagkamatay ni na Carl Angelo Arnaiz at Reynaldo Culot de Guzman. Habang 4 na pulis ang nahatulang guilty ng homicide sa pagkamatay ng mag-amang sina Luis at Gabriel Bonifacio sa gitna ng drug buy-bust operation. Lahat sila nangatwirang ginagawa lang ang kanilang trabaho. Ngayon, si Duterte naman ang nakaharap sa International Criminal Court. Depende sa kalalabasan ng confirmation of charges hearing kung tuluyan siyang lilitisin sa kanyang madugong kampanya kontra droga. Oscar Oida, nagbabalita para sa GMA Integrated News.
Sa Pilipinas, nagsimula ang confirmation of charges hearing ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa International Criminal Court sa The Hague, Netherlands. Wala sa pagdinig si Duterte, pero naroon ang defense team na pinangunahan ng lead counsel na si Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. Naroon din ang prosekusyon sa pangunguna ni Deputy Prosecutor Mami Mandiaye Niyang at kinatawan ng mga biktima sa pangunguna ni Paulina Masida ng ICC Office of Public Counsel for Victims. Ipinaalala ni Presiding Judge Yulia Motok na ang pagdinig ay para matukoy kung may sapat na basehan para litisin si Duterte sa mga inaakusa sa kanya at ang dating Pangulo ay innocent until proven guilty. Bilin ni Judge Motok, hindi pwedeng banggitin ang pangalan ng mga biktima at witnesses. Sa kanyang opening statement, tinukoy ng prosecutor ang mga pahayag ni Duterte noong kampanya na kapag nahalal siya bilang Pangulo, uutusan daw niya ang militar at pulisya na paghahanapin ang mga drug lord at ipapatay sila. At nang maging Pangulo, nagbigay raw si Duterte ng shoot-to-kill order at inilista bilang accomplishment ang mga napatay.
And many of these victims were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking.
Giit ng ICC Deputy Prosecutor, hindi masasabing isolated ang mga pagpatay.
The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes. Nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilian population of the Philippines.
Sa ngalan naman ng halos 500 biktimang otorisado makilahok sa kaso, nagsalita si Attorney Joel Butuyan. Binanggit niya ang labis na pagkadismaya ng mga biktima sa hindi pagharap sa korte ni Duterte. Aniya, ang makita si Duterte habang binabasahan ng sakdal ay malaking bahagi sana ng pagkamit nila ng hustisya. Binanggit din ni Butuyan na ang mga opisyal na Pilipinas sa tinukoy niyang gatekeepers of justice ang mismo nagsabing hindi uusad kung sa Pilipinas kakasuhan si Duterte.
No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago that the door to domestic justice is permanently closed for victims of the Duterte extrajudicial killings. Remulla declared, and we quote, "It is difficult to prove the case here and build up the case because those who need to speak are involved in the crime. There's nothing, not even a police report. You don't have a scene of the crime. You don't have ballistics. You don't have DNA. Remulla further declared, and I quote, "Everything that could be erased was erased so that the cases would not push through. That is why this has reached the ICC."
Sabi pa ni Butuyan, kahit isang taon nang nakakulong si Duterte sa ICC, walang nakakamit na kapayapaan ang mga kaanak ng mga biktima ng EJK. At marami pa rin ang natatakot magsalita dahil sa tinawag niya mga Duterte clone o mini Duterte na umano'y sangkot sa panghaharas at pananakot sa mga biktima at kanilang mga pamilya.
These mini Dutertes harass, threaten, or commit outright violence against the victims and their families. Many victims have been hesitant to participate in this ICC case because they live in communities that thrive with Duterte clones. They see the halls of power of their country teeming with Duterte disciples. They see and hear senators, congresspersons, mayors, governors, and powerful public figures who are mini Dutertes. The daughter of Mr. Duterte is the vice president, and she has just recently declared that she is running for president in 2028. One Duterte son is a congressman. Another is the Davao City mayor, and his grandchildren occupy positions of power.
Nagkaroon ng 30 minutong break pagkatapos ng sesyon. Pagbalik, itinuloy ni Butuyan ang pagdedetalye ng karanasan ng mga biktima ng pagpatay at kanilang mga naulila. Ikinagulat pa raw ng mga kaanak na sa mga opisyal na record, sa halip na tama ng bala ang cause of death, mga gawa-gawa umanong rason ang inilagay gaya ng pneumonia, sepsis at iba pa. Sabi ni Butuyan, nararapat lang na ma-confirm ang mga asunto laban kay Duterte at matuloy sa paglilitis para mailabas kung ano ang totoong nangyari sa panahon ng madugong drug war. Ang mga akusasyon laban kay Duterte itinanggi ni Kaufman. Inilatag din niya kung paano raw napunta sa ICC si Duterte.
It starts with the media, controlled by the powerful and the politically influential, with a sensational headline and a twisted editorial slant. The moguls sell their papers while promoting the partisan agenda of their backers in power.
Pinaalala ni Kaufman na ebidensya at hindi rhetoric ang magpapasya sa kasong ito.
This is a court of law which decides matters on the basis of evidence, not on the basis of political demagoguery, and not on the basis of a desire to effect regime change despite the democratic will. And certainly not on the basis of statements made by Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remulla.
Binanggit din ni Kaufman na meron daw silang ebidensya na magpapatunay na walang kasalanan si Duterte. May maiinit ding salita si Kaufman laban kay Pangulong Bongbong Marcos at ipinakita ang pinirmahan sa laysay ng Pangulo na hindi makikipagtulungan sa anumang paraan sa ICC. Pero mayroon daw silang ebidensya na isang telephone call sa pagitan ng 4 na individual kung saan ipinagmalaki ng isa sa kanila na isa siyang silent partner ni Marcos sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay umano ng witnesses sa ICC.
The document comprises a transcript of a telephone call covertly recorded between 4 parties who cannot be mentioned in public, and one of these parties was boasting about how he was acting as the silent partner of President BBM, managing a scheme to funnel witnesses to this court while all the time ensuring that he could guarantee President BBM's plausible deniability. So it is indeed the defence case that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. set out to neutralise Rodrigo Duterte and his legacy.
Mariz Umali nagbabalita para sa GMA Integrated News.
At balikan po natin si Dean Sarmiento na kanina naputol yung audio niya. Dean, are you there?
Opo.
Ayan.
Nandito po.
Dean, naputol tayo kanina doon sa tanong. Defense, yung politics as a defense, tulad po ng na napanood natin na report kagabi, yun yung pinupunto ni Attorney Kaufman eh.
Yung portion po ng speech na yon, no, I think technically it has no bearing on the case itself, no, kasi parang ano yun that is with respect to the jurisdiction over the person of the former president, because it talks about parang betrayal of the previous na mga statements na and assurances of President Bongbong Marcos na he will not surrender the former president to The Hague in case na magkawarrant siya, no? So pero technically that's only with respect to the jurisdiction over the person of the accused, in this case the former President Duterte, pero technically walang bearing yon sa presentation of evidence for purposes of confirmation of charges.
Pero hindi ho ba, tulad na nabanggitin nyo, dead-end argument na itong jurisdiction?
Well, technically, pwede pa nilang, pwede nilang actually erase, no, yung question of jurisdiction for whatever it is, no, just to parang magbigay lang ng context about it. But technically, it has already been decided. Kasi normally yung ginagawa ng procedure before mga international criminal courts is first decide muna kung may jurisdiction talaga and whether the case is admissible. So that is the first hurdle of the prosecution. Kasi it's useless to go on trial if eventually wala naman palang jurisdiction yung court. So normally the court may principle po tayo sa international law na tinatawag na competence. It is parang the court has the authority to determine its own competence and jurisdiction. So normally that's the first thing that they would do, first determine kung may jurisdiction sila so that efforts will not come to waste kung magkaka-trial and then eventually pala walang jurisdiction.
Din, balikan ko naman yung sinabi nyo kanina, yung tungkol sa co-perpetrators na pwede namang habulin through our local courts. How does this figure into the point na ni-raise ni Attorney Butuyan na ni wala nga hong police report ni walang scene of the crime, no nothing to begin with. Paano ho kaya yon?
Well, that's a matter of evidence, no. So I'm not saying that it can be done, no. So technically and legally, it can be done because we have the legal regime, no. We have the law. We have Republic Act number 8951, the IHL law.
Yeah.
So technically, we have the
Dean,
legal
sorry to
basis.
interrupt. Nag-resume na po ang
Okay po. Sige
confirmation
po.
of charges
Manood na
hearing.
po
Thank you
tayo.
very much.
Afternoon to everyone. I give the floor to the legal representatives of the victims so that they can conclude their submissions on the merits. You have the floor.
Pattern of repeated operational methods, including late-night raids, forced entry without warrants, victims shot at close range, similar post-incident police reports with consistent narrative of armed resistance, non-laban, planting of drugs and weapons, and the absence of genuine investigation demonstrates a systematic attack. This pattern is not a coincidence, it is structure. The use of similar operational narrative and particular assertions of armed resistance demonstrate consistency incompatible with isolated acts. Regardless of whether the direct perpetrators were formally identified as police officers, the similar tactics used show planning and coordination involving law enforcement authorities and, at times, local officials. Killings were not carried out by rogue officials or by vigilantes operating separately from the authorities. The police involvement in the killings extended well beyond the cases officially acknowledged as death arising from by-bust operations. Furthermore, the government's failure to arrest, let alone prosecute, a single police officer for their role in any of the war on drug killings that Duterte has encouraged sent a clear message that the one responsible need not fear accountability and can act with impunity. There is no evidence that Mr. Duterte took any steps to prevent or punish the responsible for the murders. On the contrary, as his numerous public statements made clear, he discounted the legality of police actions, showing no inclination or intent to investigate alleged crimes. Mr. Duterte encouraged the police to carry out his anti-drug campaign and repeatedly stated he would protect them from prosecution. On 19 July 2016, at a fellowship dinner with his former law school classmates, Mr. Duterte said the police officer could carry out their war on drugs without worrying about being prosecuted. He stated, and I quote, "The president can grant pardon, conditional or absolute, or grant amnesty with the concurrence of Congress. I will use it, believe me," end of quote. During a press conference on 21 August 2016, he also explained that his promises to protect the police was one of the reasons why the war on drugs had become so bloody, and I quote, "Remember, I went in warning everyone. I said it could be bloody because I knew that the police would now be equipped with a certain mindset, that they would be protected by law if they go in and have this, violent confrontation. Because before, they were afraid of these human rights, and a lot of them lost their jobs because they couldn't even have a lawyer to defend themselves," end of quote. Mr. Duterte also warned human rights organizations not to file cases against police and army officers for extrajudicial killings, saying, and I quote, "I would like to say now they will never go to prison, not under my watch," end of quote. This morning, Your Honor, Mr. Jeremy referred to the killing of the mayor of Albuera, Rolando Espinosa, who was killed inside the Leyte prison. At the time, the National Bureau of Investigation determined that the killings were a rub-out of 2 unarmed prisoners inside their cell and filed murder charges. Mr. Duterte responding, saying that the officers would not be prosecuted with these words, and I will quote, "I will not allow this," meaning officers, "go to prison. I don't care if the NBA says it is murder. Anyway, the NBA and the Department of Justice are both under my authority. I will be the one to answer for it and go to prison," end of quote. On his 3rd day in office as president, Mr. Duterte publicly told police officers that he would pardon them if they kill drug dealers and drug addicts, using these words, quote, "Do your duty, and if in the process you kill 1,000 persons because you are doing your duty, I will protect you," end of quote. Given the prevailing perception of police impunity and the absence of effective investigations or prosecutions, in many cases victims did not file a complaint nor try to initiate criminal proceedings. As one family member of a victim explained to us, and I quote, "We had no hope for an investigation of the police. One of us saw one of the police go inside with an aluminum briefcase. He took out a gun and some shabu sockets and placed them next to the body. I went back to where I was, and I was totally shocked. I couldn't even complain. If we go complain, what is our chance against the authorities?" End of quote. In other cases, victims tried to seek justice. They went to the police, to local officials, to government agencies. They filed reports, they asked for investigation, they begged for answers, but their pleas were ignored, their complaints were dismissed, their testimonies were doubted. In some cases, the very people they approached for help were the same ones involved in the violence. They were left with no path forward. No institution was willing to hear them. No authority was willing to protect them. No system was willing to acknowledge what was happening. The attack against the civilian population was carried out pursuant to a state policy to neutralize, through violent crimes, including murder, individuals perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. The policy was originally developed by Mr. Duterte and his close associates in Davao City and implemented locally, and then expanding to the national level in 2016, once Mr. Duterte became President of the Republic of the Philippines. Victims support the primary prosecution pleading and submit that the evidence shows the existence of such a policy as reflected in the repeated patterns of conduct, the mobilization of state resources, Mr. Duterte's public endorsement, and institutional tolerance. Mr. Duterte first ran for mayor of Davao in 1988 on a campaign to restore law and order in the city, the largest of the main southern island of Mindanao. At that time, Davao was known as the murder capital of the Philippines. Communist insurgents and government security forces gunned each other down and many civilians day and night on Davao streets and barrios. Mr. Duterte was Davao mayor for most of the years between 1988 and 2016. Local NGOs indicate that squad killings of alleged drug dealers, petty criminals, and street children in Davao City started sometimes in the mid-90s, during Mr. Duterte's second term. The group that claimed to be responsible for the killings was called Suluguan Sakatuan, or Servants of the People, amongst other names. But soon the media, as you have also heard in these days, the media began referring to it as the Davao Death Squad. The Davao Death Squad killed hundreds. Mr. Duterte endorsed the killings as an effective way to combat crime, relishing his Duterte nickname and reputation. His active promotion of the killing of suspected drug offenders led to a sharp increase in such killings during his time as mayor. According to one estimate, amongst the other that you have been shown yesterday and today, at least 1,424 such killings took place in Davao between 1988 and 2015. As you heard yesterday during the presentation of Mr. Nichols, and today during the presentation of Ms. Croft, when confronted with the death toll during his presidential election campaign, Mr. Duterte responded, "They said I killed 700? They undercounted. It was 1,700. As you also heard, Your Honors, on numerous occasions as mayor, Mr. Duterte claimed personal responsibility for the policy of killing drug suspects. Even prior to announcing his candidacy for the May 2016 presidential election, Mr. Duterte was already very clear about his intention to eliminate crime by eliminating criminals, applying nationwide the abusive crime control tactics. As reported in the Sunstar Philippines on 24 May 2015, he declared, and I quote, "If by chance that God will place me there, watch out, because the 1,000, referring to the person killed in Davao, because the 1,000 will become 100,000. You will see the fish in Manila Bay getting fat. That is where I will dump you." End of quote. 3 months after that speech, he renewed his pledge, and I quote, "If I become president, you better hide. That 1,000 will reach 50,000. I would kill all of you who make the lives of Filipinos miserable." End of quote. Mr. Duterte's outspoken vote to embark on a nationwide killing campaign against drug dealers and drug users was the foundation of his presidential electoral platform. During a campaign rally on 15 March 2016, he stated, quote, "When I become president, I will order the police to find those people dealing or using drugs and kill them. The funeral parlors will be packed." Following his election as president, as also explained this morning by Mr. Jeremy, on 9 May 2016, Mr. Duterte continued to declare unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign was focused on killing drug dealers and users. Speaking in Davao on 4 June 2016, he stated, quote, "If you are still into drugs, I'm going to kill you. Don't take this as a joke. I'm not trying to make you laugh, son of bitches. I will really kill you." End of quote. The next month, Mr. Duterte referred to children killed in his drug war as, I quote, "collateral damage." Mr. Duterte and his associates disregarded the most basic principle of law, human rights, and human dignity. In September 2016, after the then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon denounced the drug war killings, Mr. Duterte called him a fool, adding, quote, "I will continue the campaign against the criminals. I do not have any pity for them. I don't give a shit. I am the President of the Philippines, not the Republic of the international community." End of quote. In a Human Rights Watch report issued in March 2017, Mr. Duterte's first 6 months in office were labeled as a human rights calamity for the Philippines. Mr. Duterte repeated public statements encouraging the killing of alleged drug offenders were not rhetorical flourishes. They were operational directives. The repeated calls to kill alleged drug dealers and users is indicative of a government policy to direct an attack against a specific civilian population. Public statements encourage lethal force. Law enforcement operations were organized and resourced. The rhetoric of eradication was translated into practice. The scale, coordination and continuity of operations, coupled with public encouragement of lethal enforcement, support the inference of policy. When violence is normalized, repeated, and institutionally defended, as in the present case, it reflects policy. Turning to the alleged liability of Mr. Duterte. The suspect is charged as indirect co-perpetrator under Article 25(3)(a) for committing the crimes jointly with others in furtherance of a common plan or agreement to neutralize through violent crimes including murder, individual perceived or alleged to be involved in drug-related and other crimes. In the alternative, he is also charged under Article 25(3)(b) for ordering or inducing the Davao Death Squad and later the National Network to commit the crimes, and under Article 25(3)(c) for aiding, abetting, or otherwise assisting members of the Davao Death Squad and later the National Network to commit the crimes. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution allows to conclude that there are substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes charged. In particular, the evidence shows the existence of a common plan to kill individuals perceived by the authorities as implicated in drug-related crimes. The common plan originated in Davao in the late 80s when the suspect instructed members of the death squad, police officers and non-police hitmen to conduct operations against the targeted individuals, provided funds and other resources to achieve the aim of the agreement. As already recalled, Mr. Duterte made unequivocal public statements encouraging police and civilians to kill alleged drug offenders. Such statements indicate an intent to use the country's law enforcement agencies to engage in murders. Mr. Duterte was proud of his achievements at the point that he put his method at the center of his presidential campaign. When elected president, he adopted the same method as in Davao nationwide and continued to state publicly and unequivocally that his anti-drug campaign would focus on killing drug dealers and users. Mr. Duterte relied on the support of the police, which he exercised effective control over, to execute the common plan. Their loyalty was reinforced through financial incentives, promotions, and the maintenance of a system of impunity. Mr. Duterte had full knowledge of the crimes. As the Chamber has already heard, on 15 March 2016 in Lingayen, he announced that if elected, he would order police to locate and kill individuals involved in drugs, warning that funeral parlors would be crowded. On 7 May 2016, the final day of the campaigning for the presidential elections, Mr. Duterte made it clear that his threats were to be taken literally, and I quote, "All of you who are into drugs, you sons of bitches, I will really kill you. I have no patience, I have no middle ground," end of quote. Madam President, Your Honors, the loss victims carry is not measured only in the death of a loved one. It is measured in the empty chair at the dinner table, the birthdays that will never be celebrated, the dreams that ended abruptly, and the futures that were taken from them. As one of the victims put it, and I quote, "My loved one was not perfect. None of us are. But he was a human being. He was someone's child, someone's parent, someone's partner. He deserved dignity, due process, and the chance to defend himself. Instead, his life ended without warning, without explanation, and without accountability. For many of us, the moment we learned of our loved one's death was the moment our own lives changed forever. We were left with questions that no one in authority would answer. We were left with fear that speaking out would put us in danger. And we were left with a painful knowledge that the institutions meant to protect us had failed us." End of quote. The trauma of these events did not end with the loss of life. It continues every day. Families were left to navigate grief while facing stigma and suspicion. Many were told implicitly or explicitly that their loved ones had deserved what happened to them. They were made to feel ashamed for seeking answers. Some were threatened when they tried to file complaints. Others were told not to bother because nothing would come of it. Children who witness violence now struggle with fear. Parents who lost their children live with enduring guilt and despair. Entire communities still carry the memory of nights filled of sirens, shouting, and uncertainty. Your Honors, the victim's suffering is never abstract nor remote. It remains real, immediate, and ongoing. Your Honors, trauma is not always visible. It resides in the silence of the ones who are afraid to speak. It lives in the hesitation of a child who no longer feels safe walking outside, and in the constant fear of families who still look over their shoulders, wondering whether they will be targeted next. for the victims. The confirmation of charges is not merely a legal step. It is a recognition that their loved ones mattered. It is an acknowledgement that what happened to them was wrong. It is a message that they have not been forgotten. These proceedings offer something they had been denied in years: hope. Hope that the truth will be established, that the one responsible will be held to account, that future generations will not endure the same suffering. Justice cannot restore their loved ones, but it can restore dignity. Justice can affirm humanity. Justice can help them begin to heal. Madam President, Your Honors, for the purpose of the confirmation of a charges hearing, the prosecution must demonstrate substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed each of the crimes charged. Victims submit that the evidence presented by the prosecution meets this evidentiary standard. The confirmation of all charges is not only legally warranted, it is essential to the integrity of international criminal justice. The evidence before this chamber establishes reasonable ground to believe that crimes against humanity of murder and attempted murder were committed in the context of a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population, and that Mr. Duterte bears individual and criminal responsibility under Article 25 of the Rome Statute. Your Honors, the victims have waited years for this moment. They have been silenced, stigmatized, and denied justice in their own country. Today, they stand before you with the hope that justice, long denied, may finally be within reach. This court is their last refuge, and today, on their behalf, we ask this chamber to affirm that their suffering matters, that their rights matter, and that the rule of law extends even to the most powerful, by confirming all the charges against Mr. Duterte and committing him to trial. This concludes my part, Your Honors. With your leave, I will give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Andres, for concluding our presentation. Merci beaucoup.
Judge Motoj, thank you very much. Maître Andres, you have the floor.
Madam President, Your Honors, I am Gilbert Andres. My colleague, Ms. Masida, earlier submitted that Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign disproportionately affected the poor and marginalized. What were the conditions of the victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign? How poor and marginalized were his victims? The victims targeted by Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were from low-income, high-density communities. In an urban setting, this meant that some victims live in an area of about 69,000 persons per square kilometer during the relevant period. A typical floor area of the house of a victim in these high-density communities was about 6 square meters. For some victims, their house was as small as the area of 2 tables in this courtroom. The victims' houses were typically made up of wood, used tarpaulin, plastic, light materials, and some broken hollow blocks. Any material that they could scavenge and utilize. As the victims lived in high-density communities, their neighbors knew them very well. The victims lived in close-knit communities. The victims' close-knit communities meant that they immediately knew if a person was an outsider to their community. And any traumatic event that happened to these victims in their close-knit communities was known and whispered throughout their community. As the victims were from low-income communities, to survive poverty, their houses were homes to multiple generations of their families to conserve their meager resources. For Filipinos, especially from low-income communities, their family is not just the nuclear family. It is not just the husband, the wife, the children. Their family extends to the grandparents, the lolo and lola, and the siblings of a spouse, the brothers and sisters. The breadwinner of the victim's family was usually the husband, the father of the children. The victims either worked as daily minimum wage earners or as wage earners below the prescribed daily minimum wage, or as part of the informal economy, such as a vendor. The victims worked if there was work available to earn for their family's survival. But most of the victims would not have completed their education, nor have the proper training to secure stable jobs as part of the formal economy. If they were fortunate to be employed as minimum daily wage earners, in the urban setting, this amounted to about 500 Philippine pesos per day, or approximately about 8 euros per day during the relevant period. But for most victims, the minimum wage was really the maximum that they can hope for. The victims only hope to earn at most about 8 euros per day. And for a family composed of the husband, the wife, and about 2 until 4 children, 8 euros per day is meager. There was also a cultural expectation for the breadwinners to help their elderly parents. The other spouse sometimes augmented this meager income by being a vendor or by taking temporary jobs. And if both parents were outside of their home, it was the extended family that took care of the children. Your Honors, the specific data may vary from victim to victim, but the victims hope that this data give the chamber a picture of their conditions under Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. The already marginalized and vulnerable conditions of the victims exponentially multiplied the harm that they suffered, and they continue to suffer, which leads to our next submission. What were the grave effects and suffered harm of the victims, their families, and their communities resulting from the crimes charged against Mr. Duterte? Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign targeted the very humanity of the victims, of their families, and of their communities. In Filipino, the indirect victims expressed this in one sentence: "Inalisan kami ng dangal. We were stripped of our dignity." How so? First, Mr. Duterte publicly dehumanized the victims of his anti-drug campaign. This dehumanization of the victims was used to justify their eventual murders. On July 25, 2016, during his first State of the Nation address before the Philippine Congress, Mr. Duterte declared that, and I quote, "But human rights cannot be used as a shield or an excuse to destroy the country, your country, and my country." End of quote. What was chilling was that this portion of Mr. Duterte's speech garnered the most applause from members of the Philippine Congress and the public gallery. On August 17, 2016, during the 115th Police Service Anniversary at the Philippine National Police Headquarters, Mr. Duterte declared to the Philippine National Police that for those allegedly affected by drugs, and I quote, "And it has not only affected millions, but a lot of them are no longer viable as human beings in this planet," end of quote. On August 26, 2016, Mr. Duterte declared to a group of Filipino soldiers he visited in an army camp that, and I quote, "Crimes against humanity? In the first place, I'd like to be frank with you. Are they humans? What is your definition of a human being?" End of quote. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte serve to condition the Filipino people on the excuse for the murder of the victims of his anti-drug campaign and how the murders were taken out, brazen, execution style. These public speeches of Mr. Duterte were emblematic of findings that atrocity crimes were often preceded by the process of dehumanizing the identities of others to justify the crimes. Second, the murdered victims were dehumanized by how they were murdered. During their actual murders, the targeted victims were summarily accused as drug users or pushers without the benefit of a judicial process, just like the one before this chamber. The victims were then murdered inside their homes or within their own close-knit community. The victims who were murdered inside their homes were murdered in front of their family, their spouse, their children, or their parent, especially in front of their mothers. Some of the victims were forcefully separated from the physical clutches of their family members, protecting them from the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. This was what happened to the son of a victim in the early hours of a Thursday. At that time, this victim, her son, and her son's wife, who was pregnant and nearing delivery, were preparing to go to the hospital when 6 or 7 people dressed in black and who had guns suddenly entered their house. As recounted by this victim, and I quote, "My son kept repeating, 'Mama, don't leave me.' So I blocked the way. He pleaded again, saying, 'I will come with you, just don't kill me. Mama, don't leave me.' 4 officers were inside. One shouted at me, 'Get out of the way!' They pulled me down the stairs and yanked my hair. They had guns. My son pleaded again, 'Mama, don't leave me.' He was hugging, referring to his wife. They dragged me out into the street and put me on a motorcycle. Some victims begged the direct perpetrators for their lives, as witnessed by their family members. Some victims spontaneously took off their clothes to show to the direct perpetrators that they were clean. The home, which was supposed to be a shelter of security for the direct victims, became the crime scenes of their brazen murder. The targeting of the victims in their own homes is explained by the Philippine National Police Command Memorandum Circular number 16-2016, which was earlier referred to also by the prosecution. It was issued on July 1, 2016, by the then Chief of the Philippine National Police, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, appointed by Mr. Duterte. The relevant portion of CMC 16-2016 states that, and I quote, "The actual house-to-house visitations of suspected drug personalities shall be the highlight of Project Tonghang." End of quote. Project Tonghang refers to Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign on barangay clearance operations. Ultimately, the murdered victims were now known in their close-knit communities with the stigmatized label of natokhang and as drug users, despite the lack of any judicial declaration. Third, the murdered victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign were further dehumanized even after their death by the false narrative of nanlaban. After the actual murder, the murdered victims were falsely portrayed as nanlaban, that they allegedly fought back against the police despite being the helpless victims. After the murder, evidence of illegal drugs and/or paltik guns were even planted on the murdered victims as part of the modus operandi of the anti-drug campaign to allegedly show that the victims purportedly fought back. Thus, the murdered victims were not only known as natokhang and as drug users, they were also now known in their close-knit communities with the false label of nanlaban, or someone who fought back. But for the surviving family members of the murdered victims, the suffered harms do not end there. The extreme trauma brought by the sudden murder of the Tokhang victims was further carried over to their surviving family members. Some of the surviving family members were even imprisoned and charged with fabricated criminal complaints while they were still grappling with the trauma of the sudden attack and the murder of their loved ones. For the victim I earlier referred to, after her son was forcefully separated from them, she and her son's pregnant wife were both arrested and detained in a police precinct. While under detention, she was told to get her son from the morgue. But they were not actually released from detention. They were actually photographed with the foils and rocks handed to them, and afterwards they were charged with fabricated complaints relating to illegal drugs, as that victim narrates. And I quote, "While in detention, I learned that the same thing had happened to all the other detainees. Their stories were the same. It took more than a year before this victim was released from imprisonment. The illegal imprisonment of surviving family members was part of the modus operandi to prevent the indirect victims from filing criminal complaints against the direct perpetrators of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign. Thus, the document containing the charges in paragraph 19 refers to, and I quote, other violent crimes under Article 7.1, end of quote. Further, as the homes of the murdered Tokhang victims were the homes of multiple generations, how the murdered victims were brutally shot at have been traumatically witnessed by their family members, by their spouse, their children, or by their parents. This extreme trauma is a daily struggle for the surviving family members as they still live every day in the scene of the crime, their homes. This extreme trauma of the surviving family members also occurs when they see or about to encounter a police officer, or worse, the direct perpetrator in their community. But the extreme trauma of the surviving victims does not end there. The surviving victims were socially stigmatized in their close-knit communities with the label, natukhang sila, or may natukhang sa kanila, which loosely translated means they have a family member killed in a tokhang operation. The surviving family members of the murdered victims were avoided and shunned in their close-knit community. The neighbors avoid the surviving family members, fearing for their own lives by reason of association with the murdered tokhang victim. And the surviving family members usually mourn alone during the wake of their murdered loved ones. For some surviving family members who cannot endure this social isolation and continuing stigma, they eventually leave their close-knit community. The trauma and stigma are especially worse for the children of the murdered tokhang victims. Aside from losing a parent, usually their father, who is the breadwinner, the children, as direct descendants of the murdered victims, were avoided at school or even bullied as the children of Natokhang. The children of the murdered Tokhang victims have to endure bullying, stigma, trauma, depression, and some even develop symptoms such as epilepsy. And because the murdered Tokhang victims were usually the breadwinners of their families, their death meant that their surviving family members were pushed toward further poverty. The surviving family members experienced extreme socio-economic dislocation with the murder of their breadwinner. Thus, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign, aside from murdering victims from low-income communities, also brought about the breakdown of the families of the murdered victims. Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign destroyed the trust in the close-knit communities of the murdered Tokhang victims and ultimately destroyed the social fabric of these communities. Ultimately, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign not only murdered people, but perpetrated state terror against low-income, marginalized communities across the Philippines. As a result, Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign shattered and terrorized these close-knit communities as a means of control. And ultimately, as the targeted victims of Mr. Duterte's drug war campaign were from marginalized, vulnerable communities, his drug war campaign was not really a war on drugs. It was a war against the poor. And the continued stigmatization of the indirect victims, the surviving family members, still persists until now. The children of the murdered victims are still suffering psychologically, mentally, and socio-economically. Their widowed mothers and their extended families, the grandparents, usually the grandmother, or aunts or uncles, also bear the burden of providing for the children of the murdered victims. and some surviving family members are still being visited or watched by the direct perpetrators to check on them. Last, what do these proceedings mean to the victims? The proceedings before this chamber are being watched intently by the victims because they see it as their first step towards the truth and towards justice. There is still a culture of denial that subsists even in the close-knit communities where the victims reside. The family members of the murdered victims still cannot openly discuss the murder of their loved ones in their close-knit communities. And some quarters supportive of Mr. Duterte even publicly claim that these murders under the drug war campaign allegedly never happened or were merely fake news or were justified as necessary. These hearings on the confirmation of charges are vital to the victims of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign because it will be the first step for them in actualizing their right to the truth and to justice under international law. Madam President, Your Honors, the victims know that their murdered loved ones suffered under the charge of crimes against humanity for murder being charged against Mr. Duterte. Your Honors, the victims know, they have seen with their eyes, they have heard with their ears, and they have witnessed the barbarity of the murder wherein their loved ones' human dignity was never respected. Thus, the victims pray that this chamber confirm the charges for crimes against humanity for murder against Mr. Duterte for the sake of the truth and for the sake of justice for the victims. And so that the murderous legacy of Mr. Duterte's anti-drug campaign will not find new victims in the future. Madam President, Your Honors, thank you for your time and kind attention. This ends the submission of the Common Legal Representative for Victims. May it please the Chamber.
Judge Motok.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Mr. Andres, I gather that you have finished. So this second day of our hearings has come to an end. In accordance with our schedule, the hearing is suspended until Thursday, 26 February at 10 in the morning. Thank you, parties, participants, our interpreters, the registry, technical staff, and all those who have worked on this hearing and allowed it to be held. I wish you a pleasant day, and we will see you on Thursday. The hearing is adjourned.
Puso, nagtapos na po ikalawang araw ng confirmation of charges hearing ng Crimes Against Humanity laban kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Nakapagsumiti na po ng kanilang mga ebidensya at argumento ang prosekusyon at gayon din ang Common Legal Representative for the Victims sa nakalipas na 2 araw. Tanungin natin si Dean Ralph Sarmiento sa kanyang mga pananaw sa nangyaring presentation ng evidence at arguments sa nakalipas na 2 araw. Unahin muna natin, Dean, itong naging presentation ni Attorney Gilbert Andres.
Okay. Yung for Attorney Gilbert Andres, no, actually, yung emphasis niya, yung ending, okay yung ending, no? He provided parang support sa isang important element of the crime against humanity, which is that it must be a widespread and systematic attack against the civilian population. So by framing the narrative na talagang targeted, yung policy was targeted and parang disproportionately affected yung mga marginalized population, urban poor. So parang binatres niya yung na talagang ang target dito are civilian. There's a civilian population which is the target of this this policy na the drug war policy. So yun yung siguro yun yung pinaka-purpose niya. And then of course so talagang he was trying to establish na parang he was trying to give parang he was trying to show the vulnerability of the population, the fact that they were subject to the attack, na hindi lang ito random na talagang target as a matter of policy, and that the fact that they were civilians, so that's a very, very important thing insofar as the element is concerned. So yung pineframe na dito, these are not combatants. These are not people or these are not rebel groups na who are holding weapons, mga ganun, no? So that's very important because they need to establish na yung victim dito talaga is a civilian or who was targeted is a civilian population.
Okay. Looking at the last 2 days, Dean, have the prosecution and the common legal representative for the victims done enough to push for this charge to go to trial?
Well, if you look at it from the analysis lang of the prosecution's evidence, I think it was coherent naman. They were able to establish at least yung threshold natin na substantial evidence to prove that crimes have been committed. So siyempre, hihimasin ng court yun, one by one, ano yung mga elements. Has this element been established? Has this element been established? So, judging from previous na mga rulings ng International Criminal Court, I think pwede nilang sabihin na the threshold was established. And so pwede rin. But of course, we still have to hear the presentation of evidence by the defense, no? So titingnan natin if they'll be able to parang cast doubt on the strength of the evidence presented so far by the prosecution, and then ultimately doon pa lang magde-decide, no? Pero as presented in the last 2 days, okay naman. It's not perfect, no? I was actually hoping na it will be stronger, pero at least for purposes of meeting the threshold, I think there's a possibility na the court will say yes, the threshold has been met, and insofar as all the elements of the crime against humanity of murder, the court I think would be comfortable to say na we can bring this to trial.
Dean, can you cite a few points kung saan po kaya pwede pang naging stronger ang push ng prosecution?
I think yung doon, number one yung intent eh. Kasi I'm looking at it from the angle din ng defense, no? Anticipating ano mga possible attack on the part of the defense. And then I think yung mga weaknesses ng prosecution's evidence. Number one siguro talaga yung intent element, how to establish talaga, how to convince the court na yung mga political speeches, yung mga statements are really determinative of criminal intent. Kasi we have to remove the politics. We have to kasi titingnan mo to, in what particular context were these speeches given? So they were political speeches given to the public. So minsan naman you're normally in political speeches, you're playing with the public, parang ganon, no? So sasabihin ng defense nga these are not operational orders. These are just parang mga mga hyperbole lang or mga so yun yung magiging attack doon. And then of course as I've been mentioning kanina previously, yung talagang nexus, yung direct link, no? Yung direct link. So magpo-focus din yun doon yung defense na they will say na talagang walang direct link kasi kahit na may speech na ganito and then may ganitong nangyari, but you cannot establish yung direct connection talaga nun. Kasi in actual na mga crimes talaga, you have to convince the court na talagang beyond reasonable doubt, na talagang may link talaga, na talagang yung causation, yung na talagang masasabi mo talaga na talagang proximate cause.
Something resulted
yung statement niya sa
correct.
commission of the actual crime. So kung hindi mo ma-establish yung link na yon, if you cannot convince the court, then sasabihin ng court, well, we're not convinced about the direct link. May possibility, but mere possibility, is not enough for purposes of conviction, because for purposes of conviction, talagang proof beyond reasonable doubt. So magiging ano din dito, determinative yung mga insider na mga witnesses, no? Because kasi yung mga insider witnesses, sila yung makakapagbigay ng parang yung missing link, yung operational link okay, between the former president and the actual commission of the crimes. Kasi sila yung insider So nakita nila behind the speeches, ano ba yung nangyayari sa background? Ano ba yung talaga nangyayari in the actual implementation of the drug war campaign, no? So sila yung makakabigay ng information about doon. But yung magiging away naman doon is the credibility of these insider witnesses. Siyempre, i-attack yung credibility nila, i-attack ano ba yung motive nila, no? Bakit ba nag-testify sila, and gano'n. So it will also be a battle of credibility with respect to the insider witnesses.
Dean, as you said, magiging kaabang-abang ang magiging presentation ng depensa. Pero magpo-post tayo bukas, ano? Magpapatuloy po ang confirmation of charges hearing sa Huwebes. Same time. Pansamantala, Dean, magpapasalamat po kami sa inyo for your time sa pagbabahagi ng makabuluhang pananaw ngayong ikalawang araw ng confirmation of charges hearing ng mga kaso ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa ICC. Thank you very much, sir.
Walang anuman po, and thank you din po.
At dyan po nagtatapos ang ating special coverage sa Day 2 ng confirmation of charges hearing sa ICC. Magkita-kita po tayo muli sa Huwebes. Sa ngalan ni PR Kanghel, ako po si Ivan Mayrina. Magandang gabi.